I wonder how Lidl has so many organic items for such low prices. Maybe they have access to an alternate dimension where literally for weeks.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. And tonight's special guest is Aunt T.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
And we will be discussing
Special guest.
the Manosphere.
Good evening. And we will be discussing special guest.
The Manosphere.
Good evening. And we will be discussing
Welcome.
the Manosphere.
Hey, guys. You're getting
hear
a
that
little
about-
bit of feedback or echo.
Mhm.
I think that might be me.
Yes. Are you on StreamYard or is it the YouTube?
Yes. Are you on StreamYard?
Or is your YouTube up?
The YouTube. Yes. Are you on StreamYard? Is your YouTube up?
I didn't have YouTube on.
Okay. I'm still hearing it.
I didn't have YouTube on.
Okay. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Hold on for a second. Okay. Hold. How's that? Better?
Sounds great.
Awesome. So everyone, welcome, Aunt T. And tonight's broadcast is about what everybody's been talking about, but a little twist to it, and it's the Manosphere and the dissection of it, because I'm consider myself novice, and many people may as well. So I would like for you to describe what the Manosphere is, the origin, these pills, and we'll take it from there.
Shout out to Doe Eyes TV. I want to thank you for having me up here. Definitely. I don't know if I'm even the best source of information, because people have to give me information about these things.
Mhm.
But I can tell you the way I was acclimated into this space. I had been listening to random various content probably since about 2012.
Oh,
Okay, one of the first channels that I came across was Tommy Sotomayor. I came across his channel. I've probably watched him a few streams for maybe about a week or two, and then I just really didn't like the energy he had. It was just weird. When women would call in, I was like, nah, this isn't cool. I've had my issues with women too. I kind of agreed with some of the things he was saying, but then the way he would have just certain energy, I wasn't with it. So I kind of just put it down. I didn't know there was a Manosphere. I didn't know anything about a red pill other than what I saw in the movie The Matrix. Red pill, blue pill, any of that stuff. So
right. And earlier this week, I heard a story that we've got to be careful with saying that word.
which one?
Red pill.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of things. I mean, I will explain what I know about red pill. I know you'll be opening up the panel, so if anybody wants to feel free, fill in the blanks, or even come up and correct me, feel free to do so. Because
Awesome.
nothing I say is set in stone, and I can just give knowledge based on what I've seen, not necessarily what I've known or studied, because I really didn't bother studying too much. Then a few years later, I came across a few more channels. I didn't really converse or interact with people with live streams, so I really didn't know that there was an interactive space. I thought people would just upload videos, share content, maybe comment on content, and comment on things that they saw or things that were going on or whatever. I didn't know that it was like an entire network. So there were mainly like 3 channels, I believe, that I was subscribed to. I heard names in the Manosphere. I heard names like BGS. I heard names like Obsidian. But I really didn't listen to them. I think I might have caught a couple of streams where it really didn't, the energy wasn't there. listening to 3-4 hour streams wasn't my thing. I would listen to a 15-20 minute video. So I was subscribed to, Angry Man. I was subscribed to David Carroll, and I was subscribed to Chronicles of Judah 144. I didn't know that these guys were either Manosphere, Red Pill, or whatever. I just kind of liked what they were saying. So
I've never heard of any of those you just mentioned. When I hear Manosphere, the name I hear the most is the late Kevin Samuels and O'Shea Duke Jackson with Celebrity Jump.
So yeah, and that's what I was going to get into. Then, of course, with Kevin Samuels, there were some videos shared on Facebook when he told the woman she was average at best after she rated herself. And I said to myself, look, I'm not going to listen to this 5-minute clip. Let me find the entire YouTube video so I can get some context. And then from that point on, it was just pretty intriguing. Just the reaction it was getting, things like that. So I just started clicking more suggested videos and more suggested links. And then I came across, I believe I came across Jessica X's channel. And then I found some more things that she was on. And that's how I ended up finding Ramil. I ended up finding Solo TV 84. I ended up finding Mom Cherry. I ended up finding a lot of other people in the space. And then I started finding live streams, and that's when I was told that there's a Manosphere and then there is a Black Manosphere. So I didn't know. So the Manosphere, which in our spaces, they call the White Manosphere. I guess everywhere else they call it the overall Manosphere. Okay. But then there's the Black Manosphere, which is a subsector of the Manosphere. And then there are other subsectors of the Black Manosphere, whether it's SBI, SBM, Passport Bros. Now they have another sector that's called SBE. Of course, there's MGTOW, which is men going their own way. I mean, I could try to tell you some things about those. I've never, claimed or called myself acclimated in any of those ideologies, but I heard that the Black Manosphere was started by 4 guys in general, which were BGS, Angry Man, Obsidian, and O'Shea, Celebrity Jump. O'Shea Duke Jackson. They were your founders, and for the most part, they're responsible for the beginning of that algorithm that most of us Black male content creators in the space are in.
Welcome, everyone. Let me acknowledge Gamer Bro, AH, Dr. AH, 6 foot. No, I'm sorry, Slewfoot, and Tawana. Everyone, welcome. Welcome our guest, Aunt T. His link is in the chat. If you'd like to subscribe up, I suggest to do so. And we'll continue on with the Manosphere. I'll open up the panel later, but I'm trying to get acclimated myself. So continue on, sir.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and then that's what I heard more things about different pills. I'm actually sharing your video out right now. But yeah, I heard about the red pills. I heard about the blue pills, and then I heard that there were more pills. There were black pills. There were purple pills. There were pink pills. I'm like, hey, that's a lot of popping of pills. I don't know. Pills. Yeah. So I was like, I don't know. I guess everybody's a junkie. I don't know. But that's what I heard. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, as far as pills were concerned, for the most part, the 2 primary pills that you hear people talking about are the blue pill and then the red pill. Yes. So if you consider yourself, I don't know of anybody that really considers themselves blue pill, but if you consider yourself red pill, it's pretty much just being able to understand the truth rather than seeing the world for what you've been told you should see it as, or what you want to see it as. You see it for what it is. And the blue pill is pretty much you see things for what you were told it should be, or what you want it to be. Pretty much seeing everything through rose-colored glasses. For example, when that relates to the Manosphere, your blue pill individual would say, "Hey, look, it's hey, that's the goal. Get married. Go get married. Everything's fine. Whatever. There are no problems. It really just depends on the situation." The red pill would just say, "Look, marriage isn't it's not a good thing to do. For the most part, women are going to do this, and this to you. That's it." No matter who you are. I'm not going to say that that's the overall ideology, but people pretty much see the world as it is rather than what they want it to be.
Okay, so quick question before you go in any further. Why does it seem like there's a hiccup when it comes to men and women when discussing the manosphere? Remember, I'm an author.
As am I. I'm currently on my second year as a channel holder, and this is kind of new to me, but I agree. As far as the men and women debate, why there's a hiccup between them, I think it's a combination of course, just lack of accountability on both sides. Nobody really feels as though they're the issue. So instead of saying, look, I've got issues, you got issues, men have issues, women have issues, maybe we can come to the table, see what we need to work out on our own, and then, see what we can work out together. It's not like that. It's more of just pointing the finger. That's one reason why you got a hiccup. It's just a lack of communication on both sides. I think the main reason why you have a hiccup in this space is because people want to make money. And the gender war makes money. The conversations where people are kind of coming to solutions, it doesn't necessarily bring in the views and the shock value. It's more the disagreements and, the smoke. So when you talk about the woman side, which is more, I guess, the opposite of the black manosphere would probably be your divestors. Or, they would probably be your divestors or the Cynthia. Like, for example, I guess you would have, I'm trying to think of if you wanted to compare Kevin Samuels to a woman on the other side, it would probably be comparing him to Cynthia G, or something like that. Rhetoric that's the exact opposite.
Now, why do so many people dislike her? I don't watch her. I've heard of her.
Well, I mean, they really don't like her because she does. What up, L Nixon? That's the H right there. As far as the reason why people don't really like her, she was actually one of the first channels I found in the space without having to really do much searching. So it came up naturally. And I'll be honest, when I heard her originally, I was pretty objective. I was like, she's not totally wrong. But then when I heard more and more rhetoric, I'm like, okay, you're trying to push a narrative. Now you're trying to push a narrative. And I get it, that's for money. So maybe a lot of people really don't like her because she calls out a lot of things that black men do. The issue is black men. But tell us what black women can be doing better. Tell us what they can be doing better to treat not just black men, but any men that they're with. But a little bit better. I'm a firm. Me personally, I've been told that I'm one of the most balanced people in the space. Some of the dudes are like, yo, Ant's a simp. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Other people are like, hey, you're just always on the fence. I'm like, nah, I just kind of see things from both sides. I understand where everybody's coming from because you guys are really saying the same thing. The men and the women seem to be saying the same thing. But I believe the reason why they can't seem to come to an agreement is because the roles of men and women are supposed to be complementary and not combative. So nobody really is in their right mode or anything like that. Everybody wants to compete with each other. Nobody wants to complement each other.
Okay. Dr. A.H. says they don't like her because she attacks black men. What you just said. So is it an all-out attack? I mean, relentless? Like I said, I don't watch her.
I mean, I will give it to her. She's skilled in the art of debate. She's skilled in it. But, I mean, that is pretty much why they don't like her is because she attacks black men for the most part. And she said some things that people kind of hang on. When she was asked the question, well, what if you found out you were pregnant tomorrow and you found out you were having a boy? What would you do? She said, I would probably abort it.
Whoa.
So, hey, they took that as, hey, so you're telling women to abort black male baby. If you're having a black male, abort it. If it were a woman, if it was a girl, if you were having a girl, you would have it. But because it's a boy, you wouldn't have it. Now, from the men's side, I think we were all pretty much in agreement. Like, look, I guess your body, your choice. But why wouldn't the simple remedy be like, just don't sleep with black men? That's not an option. Like, you didn't hear that. That wasn't the option. It's not like, you found out you were pregnant with a boy, it's like, why wouldn't you just say, look, I don't date black men. Like, I don't date black men. I don't sleep with black men. So how could I be pregnant with a black male baby? You know? But she didn't say that. So,
Okay.
you know, so it's like we just saw a lot of men saw a total lack of accountability with that. You know, if you don't want to have a boy and you don't want to have a black man's boy, why not just not sleep with a black man? But they never had that option. You know, that's never an option. So for the most part, she gets a lot of flack because she's a hypocrite. A lot of things are hypocritical. Like, we know that you have children from black men. So to say things that you say about black men, we know that your crushes and stuff like that, your YouTube crushes, your personal crushes, all of your past related, they've all been black men for the most part. So to have all of this smoke for black men, like, let's talk about it. So, and at the end of the day, your relationships haven't been successes. So the common denominator is you. So what have you done wrong? Don't blame it on the black men. What have you done wrong? You know?
Okay. I'm not sure if you can see this, says she uses mainstream talking points that have historically been used to degrade the black man in America. Hey, Coach D. Then,
Salute.
L. Nixon, she switched and she's doing the opposite of what she protests or she protests in her real life. She tells black women, leave. Dusty. Okay. I see a lot of Dusties in there. All right. Okay. I'm going to have to look at some of her content. Is she married or in a relationship?
I don't believe so. I personally, I don't really watch much of her content. Every now and then I'll catch something because, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. And, you know, I mean, I'm very objective when I listen to content. I'm not here looking for a lesson. So, you know, I mean, I do like the way she handles her audience and, you know, does content overall, but I leave it at that. I don't like what she says or even how she says it.
Okay, well then, how did you feel when Kevin Samuels made a remark that if you're over a certain age and you're not married, I forgot what exactly he said, but basically you'll die alone or something to that effect?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily agree with that because if you're lucky, to be honest with you, you would die alone. That's pretty much what it is. And most people die like, all right, so, I mean, it's pretty, the get a dog part made some sense. You know, to get a dog because you have no companions. I'm like, okay, I get it. That's fine. To die alone, I mean, this is coming from a man that at 56 years old, 55 years old, under 60 years old, died of natural causes. Now, I get it. He was a cancer survivor, but you died of natural causes. So is that really a loss? Because most women live to see 60. You know, most women don't die of natural causes before the age of 60. And a lot of pillars in this space, David Carroll, ARC, Kevin Samuels, shout out to them. May they rest in peace. But both men died in the past 12 months. All three men died in the last 12 months under the age of 60. So I'm like, I mean, hell, if I got to die alone, I'd rather die alone than die first. Let's just put it that way. If it's a gender war, the women are winning just because they're dying last. You know what I'm saying? If you die last, you won. That simple. So, I mean, I guess he didn't die alone, but he died first. So if you consider that a win, hey, that's him.
AA says, why don't you agree? What is more true than not? What is the state of Black American relationships?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, most people die alone. Whether or not you're going to die alone is pretty much up to the person. You know what I'm saying? It's up to the person. You know, if you don't want to be with somebody, I mean, you shouldn't have to force yourself to be with someone. As far as Kevin Samuels was concerned, I did see some kind of silver, not necessarily silver lining, but what I took from his content was something that both sides could understand. This is both men and women. You know, a lot of women would call in and say, hey, I deserve a six-figure man. I want a six-figure man. What do I have to do to get a six-figure man? I want him to be a certain height. I want him to have a certain type of job. I want him to look a certain way, and I want him to make a certain amount of money. And then when he asks, okay, well, what makes you think that you deserve a high value man like this or whatever? If this is the type of man that, only 8% of you want the man to be a black man, correct? Yeah, I want him to be a black man. Well, only 8% of black men make six figures. Only 8% of black men make six figures. Probably a good half of those men are already married. And then there's another percentage of them that don't like women. Like literally they like men. So that's a very, very small percentage of men. So if all of you want one and all of you think you're entitled to one, there aren't enough to go around and you don't want to share. What makes you think this guy should choose you over her, and her?
Absolutely.
And the women, well, the women would say things like, oh yeah, you're so very welcome. But the women would say things like, well, they would say things like, hey, well, I'm a good woman and I make six figures too, and this and that. And it's like, well, she's a good woman and the guy doesn't care about your money. And, that would hurt a lot of women's feelings when they called, because they would say what they wanted or what they felt like they were entitled to. And he would tell them, look, you're either not likely to get it or you just don't qualify for it. So I thought that was just something that both sides can understand. Like, these women were extremely superficial. They want a man just based on things that they wouldn't even speak to the man's merits. They wouldn't say, I want a good man. I want a man that treats me well. I want a man that's a good father. I want a man that can spend time with me. I want a man that understands me. I want a man that doesn't raise his voice. They never said anything like that. They just talked about the aesthetics. So what type of man do you think? You're probably just going to want a man that wants a very slim waist. He's going to want you at a certain age. He's going to want you to look a certain way. He's going to be just as superficial as you are. So why can't you just have a good man? Why does he have to make so much money? Why does he have to be all of this? Understandable, you don't need a bum. You don't want a guy that can't take care of himself. Understandable. But a guy that makes $50,000 or $60,000 a year can do all of those things, for you. He can still be a good man.
Absolutely. But what is a bum? And can you see the comment from L. Nixon?
Yeah. Yes, he says at a certain age, marriage is going to be a hard look at this space. Marriage is going to be a hard look at this space. The state of relationships are far gone. Even the youth are fighting it. The amount of bad experiences over years plays a part later. Absolutely. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Are these conversations helping or hurting?
I think organically, in a way, the conversations are hurting. I think they're hurting. I think they're helping. I think they're hurting people's feelings because they're hearing things that they don't want to hear. And it's a little uncomfortable. It's just like going to the gym and they say no pain, no gain. Or when you see those machines, when you're working out in the gym, it shows you those parts of the body that are supposed to be sore when you're using the machine properly. That's how you know you're using the machine properly. So there's no growth without discomfort. So I believe organically people are growing. But it's very uncomfortable for a lot of people.
All right. Now you're live. Was it day before yesterday?
Yes.
I was afraid to say anything.
Yeah, it was a wild one.
Your guest made it seem like it was for you all, and I understand that. But as women trying to understand, was he trying to say that we should just not say anything? And just
what do you mean?
Just be submissive when it's in your space. That's where I was confused with.
Well, yeah, I'm very confused with a lot of things that go on in that space too. One of the questions that comes up now, because women have found a way to really grow in the manosphere. Yeah, women have found a way to really grow and be heard, in the manosphere. In the manosphere and in the black manosphere. They found a way to do that. So a question has come up of, number one, how did women get in the space in the first place? Who let them in? Number two, it's, do they belong in the space? Is that good? Are the co-ed conversations, are the co-ed discussions good? Are women actually, women that give men advice or, have these huge platforms in the space a good thing? It's a question. I don't think it's a question that's ever going to, it's a discussion that's never going to end. Women are here, whether people like it or not. Do I agree with, women should just be quiet and all of that? I mean, on my channel, they don't have to. Everybody's got a box and a popping bubble and an avatar just the same way, and wrenches in the chat. Everybody's voice is welcome. I do think it is necessary, though, to have some spaces where the opinions of women are just thrown to the side. I think it's necessary. Like, for example, Ramil's channel was like that. Women are not banned from the channel. They can come. Of course, they can listen. You can't stop anybody from listening. They can comment in the chats. But women do not get wrenches. And in order for them to come on the panel, they must pay a fee.
Wait a minute.
And
so is this like a man cave, so to speak?
For the most part, yeah. And I think that's necessary. The same way I believe it's necessary on in women's spaces as well, where men should be able to listen. Men should be able to listen, but certain conversations we just don't belong in. It just is what it is. We don't belong in them because our opinions really shouldn't matter to you. And the same rules apply with men. When we're talking to each other about certain things, the opinions of women shouldn't matter. But there are other conversations in which I believe, look, we need to be able to talk to each other about it. I'm not going to talk to dudes about relationships all day and there are no women there. I'm not going to do it. I might have a conversation here and there with men, but once it's over, I like to talk to a woman when it comes to relationships. But if we're roasting somebody or something like that, a woman doesn't need to be involved in all those conversations. Like, we're going to be saying some things, we're going to be using some crazy language, and some women may get offended by it, and we just want to keep moving without having to walk on eggshells. Like, it is what it is. In the same way, hey, trust me, I've worked in offices, I've worked with women, I've been around women, and not you guys in particular, but I've heard some of the things women discuss on a daily basis, and trust me, men don't need to be there for that. Men do not need to be there for that.
There's a comment from L. Nixon. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He says, at an older age, people are not willing to give up their peace they made by not being vulnerable enough to get back into relationships. The older you get, some become set in their ways.
Well,
absolutely, I am one of those people.
I am too. At 54, yeah. Yeah, so I really need this conversation. Trucking, how are you? Welcome. And he said, I just parked. I've been driving all day on my way to sleep. Just wanted to give you thumbs up. Thank you. And L. Nixon also. There are some spaces men don't go, and it's fine, especially because they will attack you.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, if you pop up in Cynthia's chat, her mods will get rid of you. Like, if you pop up with my avatar, chances are, they're going to get rid of you.
Wow.
I mean, it just is what it is. They're going to call you bullet bags, nakers, all dusty.
What's a bullet bag?
They're going to call you. That's what they feel is black men should be bullet bags. There's another channel holder, which I didn't even mention her. I shouldn't even be just talking about Cynthia, because Cynthia is pretty light compared to Divested Zealot or someone like that, who literally her avatar and banner on her channel is a silhouette of a black man hanging from a tree with a noose hanging from a tree and a woman swinging from the same tree, like on a swing, from the same tree.
Okay, I don't want to go there.
And yeah, she does stream. Her streams are pretty much about how worthless black men are and how great white men are.
This is a black woman?
And how they worship white men, yeah. Well, so she says. So she says.
Okay.
So that's what I mean. That's very dangerous rhetoric and content. Believe it or not, I respect everybody's opinion. I know I've seen people that have petitions to get rid of her. That's
really dark.
Get Cynthia off of YouTube.
That's dark. Like, really, the imagery is dark.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can go to her channel. I purposely didn't subscribe to her channel, but you go to her channel. She's come in my chat before. She's coming in my chat before. I think I tagged her or something, and it was a topic that I thought everybody needed to talk about because it was very offensive. And that was one thing a lot of us that didn't agree with each other on a lot of different things, because I consider the Black Manosphere kind of like the Democratic or Republican Party or something like that. For the most part, you're going to have
May your
Hey,
blessings
Tariq.
be returned abundantly.
Hey.
Again, everyone, welcome Aunt T. His link is in the description. Make sure you sub up. You had a fire live the other night. How long did you actually go? 6 plus?
Oh, I went about 11. Yeah, I went about 11.
I was like, I had one eye open. But I'm like, I had to be quiet. So again, everyone, thank you for your blessings. May they be returned abundantly. So I understand there's some spaces I guess we shouldn't go, or we just should listen. So again, are we to be submissive and just listening because it's considered your space, or does it depend on the individual or the topic?
Okay, so I don't think you owe anybody on this platform submission or your ears if you don't want to give them. You don't owe anybody anything. I mean, for the most part, you can only do what you're allowed to do. You know,
Right.
if you can come into the chat box and comment and people want to reply, for the most part, if you're respectful as far as the male spaces are concerned, nobody's just going to block you for showing up in your woman. If anybody does that, chances are that's not a straight man's channel. You know, chances are. They won't do that. The men's spaces are a lot more welcoming than a lot of the women's spaces that L. Nixon was talking about or that I mentioned earlier. Like a Divested Zealots or even a Cynthia. I would say even Cynthia G's isn't even as bad compared to a Divested Zealot and everybody over in the divestment section. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, you just kind of find your lane. If you want to just listen to the content, understand it, then you don't necessarily need to be in the conversation. You can use your ears. If you have questions, you can you can state them in the chat. If there's a lot of people in there and the chat box is moving fast, you put a super chat. You pay for your question. Usually, a question that's paid for, a super chat that's paid for will be read on the screen, regardless of who leaves it. So, if that's the case, there aren't many male channels that don't allow women on the panels or charge women a panel fee. I only know of 2 of them, and that would be Ramil and Ty City. I don't know of any other men that do not allow when they open up the panel, and they still allow women. They just charge the fee. Well, that's it.
And the women pay the fee.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of them do. Some of them do. They usually don't. I mean, if you are a woman and you're trying to break into the space, which I've, some women that have in the past. What's up, Peace? Some women that have, they did pay the panel fee because it's good promotion. If you have no channel and nobody knows you, and this person has 1,000 people in a live chat box watching, it could be worth $100 for a panel fee. To get into that conversation, just for the sake of investing in yourself. So, I mean, some have. I'm not going to pay a panel fee just to get into a conversation unless that's kind of the way the layout is. But, I mean, I do think channels like that are necessary for both men and women. Because I believe that men have gotten too caught up in the validation of women. So if you can have spaces where a woman's opinion just doesn't hold much weight. Doesn't mean that a woman's opinion doesn't hold weight in life, but for at least an hour or 2 hours every other day or whatever, that you can talk that, look, you can say what you want to say without trying to impress a woman. It just doesn't matter what they think. I think that's necessary the same way I think it's necessary for women to be able to have those conversations with the ladies, with each other. And don't worry about trying to be pretty and trying to be cute and all of that other stuff. You can get low, you can get ratchet, you can talk about how horny you were yesterday. You can talk about all of that stuff. And you shouldn't have to worry about dudes judging you for it.
Well,
and if they do judge you for it, you shouldn't have to hear it.
Absolutely. Aunt T, when you get a moment, if you can you put your Cash App on your...
Yeah, that wouldn't be necessary. Just yours of time to be paying you tonight. This is your show.
Yeah, but you're the one that's giving the knowledge. I'll find it and put it up when I...
Well, I'll put it on the screen. It's on the screen.
Thank you.
It's in my avatar.
Everyone, please bless this guest. Now, quick question. The other night on your panel, I heard a lot of F-bombs and B-bombs. Is that because these conversations can get really intense?
yes, the conversations can get extremely intense. They can, and for the most part, we don't censor our language, in that space. I mean, unless YouTube makes us do it, we're not just going to censor it. So there are a lot of F bombs. There are a lot of B bombs. It's just,
And that's why I
kind of
was
is
like,
what it is. Things roll off the tongue.
now,
Things
is it
roll off the
because-
tongue. But
Now, is it because we're to be quiet and just type?
well, I mean, look, unless me personally, this is my channel. Unless I'm actually doing my event, which is the Purge, unless I'm doing that, nobody should be coming up there calling a woman that's on that panel the B word.
Right.
Like, nah. As far as the and if I do, if a dude does do that, I'm not gonna stop a woman from cussing him all the way out. Like, cuss him all the way out, turn your microphone all the way up, give him the business, give him the work.
But at the end of the day, this is just me. What is that really solving?
I believe organically, and this is just my take on it, because I have one of the few somewhat successful co-ed channels in that space. So I believe that, my channel is predicated on communication, conversation, and confrontation. I think that's an organic way of kind of just growing. Kind of just growing. So if people need to get it out, if they need to curse each other out, most of these people become friends afterwards. Like, right. I let them cuss each other out and don't stop them, and 15 minutes later or the next day, they're on my panel flirting with each other. Exchanging numbers and private links in the back chat. It's happened multiple times. I've seen it happen plenty of times. So,
well, you and David,
or they at least gain a respect
in the
for
beginning.
each other.
You and David went at it at the beginning,
and we've gone at it before, and we'll probably go at it again.
But you calmed down after the word. I was like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's it's common.
All right, so I'm getting these comments in. Thank you all for joining again.
It's not that I thrive off of chaos. If you can put that comment back up, it's not that I thrive off of chaos. Sometimes chaos, though, is the only way to get rid of chaos. A lot of times when you try to suppress it, that's when it just gets worse. You don't want to hide it. It's almost like trying to catch water in your hands. It's just not going to work. Sometimes you just got to let it go and then mop it up. That's it. Just let it hit the ground. So, yeah. But that's what I believe. I believe conversation, communication, confrontation. We're all communication is a muscle, and you have to work it out. So I think a lot of reasons why, it hurts people. Like, you got called, woman gets called, he called us the B word or whatever. It's like, it's the internet. Like, come on. It's not a new word. You've heard the word before. You've heard it a lot. If you weren't listening, if he wasn't talking to you directly, I'm pretty sure you can't tell me that it hurts your feelings at this point. You are a grown adult that's heard the word a million times. Okay? So do you really take it personally? This person does not know you. Okay? Will never meet you. Okay? They called you a name. You can actually call them the same name right back. It's like, is it really that big of a deal? That's just the way I feel. I have thicker skin than that. I'm not really going to take it personally that somebody I don't know called me a name. But I get it. Not everybody else, feels that way. They feel disrespected. They want to leave or whatever the case may be. So I think we all need to develop some thicker skin. All of us. And this includes the men. They need to get some thicker skin.
So being offended if you hear that word, because I do. So you're saying I need to develop a thicker skin. Even though in certain things that I do in my daily life, I get cursed out, and I'm like, it's part of the job, but I shouldn't have to hear it. This is just me. So I guess I'm getting ready to open myself up for a B word. I hope not. Please don't do that to me, everyone. I'm serious. I don't want to be called that on social media. I know I can't escape it, but yeah, I do get offended when I hear it, either directed towards me or other women. So am I wrong in feeling that way?
Nah. I mean, your feelings are your feelings, and you shouldn't have to suppress them. You know, if you feel that way, it's really up to you, you know, where you want to go. You know, if those women want to call me Naker, Dusty, all of that, I just prefer not to go over there. I don't go and say, hey, let me in the conversation. Don't call me that. I just don't go. I don't go. I don't listen to what they're saying. But if they do call me that, I'm not offended. You don't know me. You don't know me, and if you did know me, I still wouldn't get offended. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, you're entitled to your words. A lot of people say things to people because they know it'll get a certain reaction out of them. So I think it's just more of a it's a worse look for me if I give somebody the keys to be able to just turn me up like that. I don't think any person should have that type of power over me, to be able to just activate me with a one or two syllable word.
Okay, I have to keep that in mind. So, terminology. What is a simp?
Okay, so all right, so yeah, this is another word that's used out of it's used in the space a lot. I believe it's used out of context a lot. In the space, the term simp, for the most part, it goes to a man that just he does for women and they give nothing in return. Nothing whatsoever. Don't like him, wouldn't give him the time of day, and he just gives everything. Money, attention, you know, compliments, all of that, and the women just don't care, but he'll keep doing it. It's a simp.
Okay, but
that's what it is.
Don't these men, and I'm assuming they're grown and adult and have been out around the world for a little bit, at some point, don't they realize this and decide, I'm going to stop this? Or do they think their efforts will be received one day?
Me personally, I could care less what men do with their money. I don't think you're a simp because you spend money on women. I don't think you're a simp because you give compliments to women. Like, if I'm watching your stream, I see you on camera, I see your avatar, I'm like, hey, you're a pretty woman. And then when they see me send you a $22 super chat, they're like, damn, he's simping. He's giving her compliments. He's paying her. She'll never call him or any of that stuff. It's like, yo, I think a simp is just what it sounds like. It's a simple-minded simpleton. Like, that just means you're a fool. You're an idiot. That has nothing to do with how much money you spend or how you have or even how you treat women. It has to do with whether or not you know what's going on or not. Like, that's a simp. It's just simple-minded.
Oversimplifying, it's deeper than that. Okay, Dr. H. Okay, so do we have any well-known simps in the manosphere? In your opinion? Because I hear that word often. Especially with the
I mean, they would consider
ACT.
any man, they would consider any man that talks to women a simp. You know, if you talk to women offline or something like that, or you know, if these guys, if one of these larger content creators in the manosphere, if he exchanges phone numbers or IGs and he might talk every night to another YouTuber, they would call him a simp for that. You know? So that's why I wouldn't really listen to what a lot of these people say in the space, because there have been a lot of terms as far as the manosphere or the black manosphere is concerned, because I haven't spent much time in the mainstream manosphere. As far as the black manosphere is concerned, they overuse words like alpha, beta, and simp.
Yes.
You know, they
Okay, so alpha male. I hear people speak about alpha male. Actually, I had a podcast with It's Raining Men, and that was the entire thing. We talked about the pills and being an alpha male, whereas if you're an alpha male, you don't have to keep saying or giving your own accolades. It'll show. What's your opinion on that?
I would agree 100%. And the fact of the matter is, like, I see a lot of what's up, Cjo? I'll explain that in a moment too. But yeah, the fact of the matter, I see a lot of streams. I even hear from men and women that say, look, the problem is you're not alpha. You gotta be alpha. It's like, at the end of the day, less than 10% of men are alphas anyway, or less than 15% actually have that alpha energy, and less than that are even going to be alphas in every setting. So it really depends on what setting you're in and all of that. Most men probably strive to be sigma males rather than alpha males. I mean, it's just something that you kind of have or you don't. It's not something that somebody can tell you to do, or it's just a certain energy that you exude.
But isn't that extremely low?
What do you mean?
The percentage that you just gave.
It is an extremely low percentage.
Oh.
It's an extremely low percentage, and that's just the way it's going to be. Like, and then a lot of I can't tell every man to be an alpha because every man just naturally isn't an alpha male, you know. And you can't learn to be one. It's not something that you can, you know, you can just learn or turn on or turn off. You either have a certain type of energy or you don't. You know?
Now, does that mean if you are not an alpha male, does that devalue you from being a high value man?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that's the main.
Ignorant, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm a novice.
No, I personally, and this is just my opinion. Anybody can feel free to correct me when you do open up the panel, or just challenge me on that. But I just believe that everybody just cannot be an alpha. You know, if that makes sense, you just can't. And the problem is, it's not that not enough men are alphas. I think you have too many men that are actually betas that are trying to disguise themselves as alphas. That's the problem that you have. You know, when you can accept who you are, you can grow into, like, you can actually organically grow into being an alpha. You know, that's what they're things like apprentice. Well, it's just like someone moving up the ranks in the military. You know, or gaining belts in martial arts or something like that. You know, you're gonna move up. You're gonna move up. You're gonna move up. You're not gonna start as the master. You're just not. You know, you have to learn those things, you know, over the course of time. So you have to understand the order of operations. I think that's how, now some people are just born with it, or they were raised, or they just carry themselves, you know, with that in life. You know, they can, you know, walk around like, I always say it's like Clark Kent and Superman. You know, the only real difference was one stood up straight, had his chest out, and did everything. You know, they were the same man. You know, one stood slouched over, you know what I'm saying, and wasn't very sure of himself. You know, Lois Lane was in love with one and didn't even notice the other because one was the alpha, you know, but they were really the same guy.
So the beta males.
One just had a different energy.
So the beta males, what is the most glaring attribute that will let you know this is a beta? In your opinion?
I really wouldn't. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with a man being a beta male as long as he doesn't try to be the alpha and fight over the spotlight with other men. You see that a lot. You'll see that on some of these panels. You see it in real life. And a lot of women will say that they're turned off by it and can't even explain or put their finger on why they're turned off by it. Because instead of a man trying or just allowing the attention to come to him, just being himself, you can see that he's just trying too hard. You hear him, he's doing too much. He's trying too hard. Like, you can see that. So that's a problem that you see with a lot of beta male. They don't understand what they are instead of just being able to read the room. Look, you get in where you fit in.
Right. You know? All right. The link is there for anyone that would like to come up in a few to discuss this. Again, pills. And where do you see this going? Especially with the emergence of a lot of these platforms talking about JPT. And I really don't want to talk about her too much, but that seems like that's like fire right now.
Yeah, it's dying down now. It's definitely dying down now. And I'm glad it is. I'm glad it is. I'm very glad it is. I don't think it was a bad thing for the space. I think it opened up a lot of discussions that we needed to have. I do feel a little disappointed that it took this Caucasian young woman to spark conversations that we should have been having for a while. Like conversations about, like, as black men, in a black manosphere, we should have been talking about things like reparations why we deserve it, what we're going to do about, getting it if we deserve those things. Like, we shouldn't have needed a Caucasian white woman to piss us off to spark that conversation. So I am disappointed in the fellas for that.
Weren't these conversations actually being held? Maybe not on a broad or larger platform. I can't imagine that these were never held.
Oh, they were definitely held. They just hadn't been held in the Black Manosphere as much as they should have been. In my opinion, I think they would prefer to spend their time discussing women and their faults all day, instead of discussing how do we have a lifespan over 60 years old. How do we get reparations for our community? How do we, instead of telling everybody to get into science, technology, engineering, mathematics, the STEM fields, how do we start creating our jobs? How do we start creating more jobs for those people with skin tones like us that are just good working with their hands? Okay? Because at the end of the day, they're like, oh, we need more people in STEM. I'm like, personally, I think we need more mechanics. I think we need more landscapers. Okay? I think we need more salespeople.
Right. Well, landscaping is taking off already, and the majority of them that I see are Latino.
Yes, you do. And I think we need more black ones. I think we need more black carpenters. I think we need, like, all of those things that you see other demographics doing and owning. We need that. Instead of trying to get jobs with these big corporations, we need to start developing our own corporations, because it's going to be tough to rally and lobby for things so large as reparations, and we don't produce anything that anyone consumes.
Okay, well, I believe in California, they're well on their way, at least in talking about numbers and getting that done as far as reparations. Again, everyone, the link is there. If you want to come up, I see you leaving a lot of comments. You're welcome to come up. Who is this?
Now, it is what it is. Look, I've spent enough time in the Black Manosphere to know they talk about women all day. That's what they talk about. Mm-hmm. And they have been for the last 2 years that I know of. All right. And the founders said, look, we are going to talk about BFF, which is it okay? Am I allowed to use profanity on your channel?
As long as it's not too.
Black female effery. I'm not going to use profanity.
That's cool.
Black female effery. That's what they said. That's what that's what they said. They said that is their content strategy. That is at the top of the pyramid. Black female effery. What does that have to do with reparations? Don't tell me that's reparations. It's not. Those are not, nah. People tried to have those conversations and it didn't bring views.
But what is BFF? Is that being ratchet? Is that behavior?
All types. Ratchet behavior, just bad things or whatever. Just bad things that women do. Whether it's, the multiple children, multiple baby daddies, just the ratchet behavior, twerking on tables in public establishments. Hell, Section 8 welfare, food stamps, no want to get a job or do any better or any of that other stuff. Dropping your kids off at your at their grandparents' house while you go to the club, all day, things or all night, things like that. That's effery.
But this has gone on for years. So why is it a phenomenon or a light bulb now?
Well, now these people have a platform to sit there and discuss it all day.
But that's not bringing.
That's the difference. They don't want resolution. A resolution would mean there would be nothing to talk about and make money off of. It's an old school soapbox hustle. This is my opinion. But yeah, if you solve the problem, it's almost like curing the disease. If I cure the disease and come up with a vaccine, you'll never pay me for the treatment.
True. But that's not helping the community. To me, it's giving it a disservice.
Yeah,
I would agree. I'll probably get pummeled for it, but it's almost, well, maybe I just won't say it.
No, I would agree. I would definitely agree. But I would also say that most of these people, their goal is not to help the community, it's to help their own pockets and their subscriber count and their viewer count and, their watch time and their CPM, and their click-through rate and and all of that other stuff. Like, that's their goal. So,
Okay. Is that SBE? I'm not even sure.
okay, so
SBE
no,
is.
SBE is actually two different things on two different sides. So I think the women coined the SBE term. I don't know who did it first, but that was supposed to be standards, boundaries, and expectations. That's what it was supposed to mean originally. SBE was supposed to be standards, boundaries, expectations. And then the men, shout out to Ramil and Ty City, they said SBE was shame, blame, and explain. Shame, blame, and explain. So that, so that's what it is.
Aren't we all?
So women were telling. Well, yeah, that's what I heard. I first heard that from women. They were trying to say, look, SBE, ladies have standards, set boundaries, and have expectations. All right. And the men were like, look, that SBE just doesn't work. Stop trying to shame, blame, and explain women into acting right. It's not going to work. So that's where the term SBE came from on the men's side.
Okay, AH has a comment up. Actually, there's quite a few people. AH.
I mean, I make a living without YouTube.
Yeah,
So
I've got a couple of followers that truly only do it as a hobby. So
yeah,
that narrative to me is not 100% accurate.
I mean, that's why I say I have no problem with what they're doing. I just I would just prefer that grown adults use discernment when they listen to these people. There are going to be some things that a broken clock is right twice a day. You don't have to agree with everything, but some people you don't agree with are going to tell you things that maybe you needed to hear today. And then maybe they won't.
To me earlier, I had to be checked because, again, I admit it, everyone. I am set in my ways now. But someone had to I really am. But someone had to tell me, look at it this way. And even though I I sat down, I thought about it. He was right. So I listened and I adjusted. But that's not to say that I'm going to do that all the time. But I do have an open mind, so I wouldn't call that submitting, but I did think about what was being told to me. So.
Well, I think that's another overused term in the space, which is submission. It's just crazy. Like I don't even see why you would talk about that with somebody you don't know. Submitting, like.
And I hear, like you said, I hear it often.
Yeah. 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 Nah. And like I said, hey, I've made a decent amount of money on YouTube without even trying to make it. So I get it. Money, you make money on YouTube. But I don't do it for the money. There are people on here that do it for the money. I just believe that, hey, the social media thing, if you're doing it the right way, you're steering the algorithm. The algorithm isn't steering you. And unfortunately, a lot of these people have become victims of the algorithm. They have to talk about what brings the views instead of bringing the views to themselves. There are some people that are so big and have such a huge personality that they can talk about just about anything and people will listen. So when it gets to the point where you have to talk about one specific topic just to have people listen, you're not doing your job properly as far as the social media influencer thing is concerned. It is just a hobby for you. All right. If I were doing this on a full-time level and really trying to grow huge, I wouldn't care what you guys were talking about. I would make you come to me for whatever I'm talking about. And I do this for a living. Okay. I am a marketing consultant. Okay. So I know how to put messages in front of people that they weren't expecting to see, but it catches their attention. So that is what it is. You know?
Okay.
If Will Smith were to go live right now, people would watch and it wouldn't matter what he were talking about because he's Will Smith. You know? And he's live. if he were going to be live and engaging with the chat box and everything else. He wouldn't say, you know what? Nobody's going to watch me unless I talk about how messed up black women are. Because he's already got that personality and that name that people know. And I'm just using that as an example. There are other people that have they've made entire platforms on YouTube and other things speaking about multiple topics, multiple different things, because they have that large of a person, or not that large, but that polarizing of a personality that people can just feel their energy through the camera. Or maybe it's the production setup or whatever the case may be. Some of them just do interviews. You know, like hell, like a Joe Rogan or something like that. Like, what are Joe Rogan's views on really anything? Like, he doesn't have a one clear-cut set of views on anything. You couldn't say. I mean, he talks about a lot of different things. People tune in because they like him. Right.
And I actually am subscribed. H has a couple of comments. Are you able to see them?
Yeah, you don't get credit for not needing the money. If you are taking it, you are getting money and participating. You cannot play moderate. I can actually do whatever it is that I want because I'm in control of my life and my own destiny. So as far as not needing the money and taking it, everything has been put right back into YouTube and will continue to be put right back into YouTube. Everything that you see here and here was paid for through YouTube. I don't need it. Don't want it. Everything that I put on other content creators came right through YouTube. I'm not here for that. So because of that, life is good. You get out of the universe what you put into it.
Absolutely.
That is what it is. That's energy. So if all you do is take, chances are you're just going to be one of these dudes that complain about women all damn day because women are going to do you dirt. No, because that's all you're doing is trying to take. That's just the way the universe works. You want to take from the universe will probably take from you. What's up, Amiri?
Hi there. Everyone, again, welcome. This is my special guest, Aunt T. Again, the link is there.
Those are my opinions, though. Those are my opinions. I'm pretty sure other people be like, look, man, it's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's all about the money. Look.
Right.
I've done all of that.
Now, the link is there. You all can speak that out. Okay. Well, the link is there, Dr. AH, if you want to come up. I put that up.
That's all good. I mean, like I say, I tried to narrow it down. I spent enough time. I thought I spent enough time. I listened to the divestors. I listened to the women on one side. I listened to the dudes on another side. And I felt as though that was the issue. People weren't communicating. People didn't want to have conversations with each other. It was the same thing being told on both sides. So maybe if I can get these people together, they can talk about some things. Doesn't mean they'll agree, but at least maybe they'll be able to see things from each other's perspective. So I felt like communication, there was a lack of communication. Everybody's become dependent on their smartphones. That pretty much is what it is. Nowadays, people's significant others, people don't grow up with a best friend anymore. Their best friend is this right here. It's the phone. You know, that's it. That's their best friend. So they don't know how to converse with people. They don't understand discourse. When you were a child or when I was a child, we had to go out of the neighborhood and hang out and meet kids. Like you had to go through people that weren't like you, didn't agree with you, weren't into the things that you did. So you had to find a way to get along with them. You know, you didn't just have a device that you can just have your face in all day. No, but that's the way it is now. So nowadays, people don't have to be around people that don't agree with them. They can just have a certain group of friends on Facebook. They can be subscribed to certain channels on YouTube. They don't have to hear anything that takes them out of a comfort zone. Absolutely. For the most part, you know, we're probably the last generation of people that actually had to grow up like that. You know, where look, we had to actually be social. We had to be able to understand body language. We had to be able to understand tone and fraction, how that, you know, relates to other people and a lot of other things. Like we just had to understand that. Nowadays, people are just like, look, man, if I don't want to hear it, I don't have to. That's it. You know, and because of that, you know, there's been a communication breakdown between men, women, and most important, before we introduce him, most important, as far as men are concerned, I believe there's been a breakdown between men and other men, which is why we have a problem with men actually being the men that they need to be for our community.
Right. I want you to address the comment from Miss Sejoy. Are you able to see it?
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah, and she's absolutely right. I was about to just thank her in the chat, but I did see it. It said it seems that I'm saying that since I'm not financially motivated, it allows me to discuss things. If you can put the comment back up.
Sure.
Yeah. Since I'm not financially motivated, it allows me to discuss topics I think are important. Absolutely. And it allows me to be objective about it. Just because it's a trending topic, I don't have to talk about it. The JPT was a very trending topic a few months ago. It's not a new topic. I was on my channel for the record saying I will not speak on this person. I don't care about this person. I would rather big up Doe Eyes TV. I would rather big up somebody that actually could use my endorsement. You know, a smaller channel, and somebody that I can actually, somebody that's going to come and support me right back. I'm not going to give this person any shot. She has 1 million subs and she has a different group backing her, so she doesn't need my assistance. Those are things. I'm not a trend follower.
Okay. All right.
You got a new panelist. What's up, big dog?
Yes. All right. Dr. AH, how are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm well. Welcome. And this is Aunt T.
Hello, Aunt T.
Salute, brother.
So, your opinions are your opinions. That's cool. Definitely different than mine. I really feel you did not do the Black Manosphere justice. I feel like your opinions are very skewed because you're trying to be on the fence, if you will, as you put it earlier. And I get that. Everybody wants to be fair, equitable, all those buzzwords you hear today. But you have to go past the surface. That's our problem. You want to talk about a problem in the community, problem with the men and women? Get off the surface BS, okay? All of the stuff I talk about all the time, the few times I've been on the panel and talked about those topics, I always bring up the fact that there's reparations issues in this country that we'll never get to. And you know why we won't get to them? Because everybody wants to do their own thing and then play, oh, I'm innocent. I'm sorry, bro. If you talked about all the stuff you got back there and, oh, YouTube pay for this, YouTube pay for that, you can't be on the platform and then holler about, oh, I'm holier than thou because I don't need the money. YouTube is a financial enterprise for the mainstream. Don't get it twisted. There are mainstream people making tons of money off this platform. So when you talk about those content creators and the stuff they're doing nothing different than everybody else. And you can't compare apples to oranges. Trying to talk about Will Smith and Joe Rogan and those people, like talking about Mike Tyson and other people, is in a whole nother stratosphere. They're talking about small time people. Don't take that as an offense, but everyday people creating a channel and talking about topics that they feel are important, or topics that they feel the people can garner. Yes, there's people looking at it to make money because that's what it's for. Yes, there's people, it's like you don't go to a yoga studio and say, oh, the principles that, this is founded under, you should be charging me money. No, the people go in there and they pay their money and they get their lesson. So stop it. I'm not having that part. You cannot do that. I'm sorry. That is a complete hypocritical
what I wanted to do
about the money. So let's get off of that thing about it. We live in America. Black people got a real problem with understanding money. You live in the most wealthy country, most powerful country on earth. It's impossible for you to take yourself serious and not understand the financial things that are going on around you. And then try to pass it off as just, well, I don't need it. I don't need this. You know what? If you was Elon Musk, you could tell me you don't need the money. Since you're not, don't tell me that. Okay? You're on a platform and you're taking the money. So don't go with that one. Let's call that what it is. If you're taking the money, you're taking the money. Don't get on those other content creators because they're doing stuff. If you don't like it, guess what? It's called click away, report them, do a YouTube video about them and talk about how bad they are for doing crappy content that isn't helping the community. But don't sit there and base on people because they're looking to get money and you're claiming you don't need the money. That's wrong to do.
Okay, but again, thank you for that comment.
Let me know when I can respond.
Yes.
Go ahead and respond, bro. That's why I stopped.
No, what I was saying is, there are people that honestly do it for a hobby, and that's the point I was trying to make.
That's great. That's great, and I know people do it for a hobby. Mm-hmm. But people that do it for a hobby.
Now it's my turn to respond. Thank you. All right. So
go ahead, bro.
So when I say that I don't do it for the money, everybody needs money to live. All right. So of course, any money that's made, appreciative of it. But I don't have to sit here and I don't have to pump poison or give a message that I don't believe in to make it. I can make money on this platform with multiple things. I have services. I'm a marketing consultant. People actually pay me for consulting services on the side with how to grow their YouTube channels, how to build their business, how to build their brands. Okay, connecting them with people to make thumbnails, intro videos, outro videos, people that have hair and makeup channels, how-to channels. Okay, people that actually have other types of businesses, whether they're distributing, sewing, doing all types of different things. I make money that way. Okay, so what I come on here on YouTube and talk about is minuscule. It's nothing. That's why an AdSense money that I get, I'll give that to Doe's Eyes. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? I'll give it to her. I'll give it to other content creators. I got colors coming up in chats. Makes me no difference. Okay, which you know that she's seen me. I'll give 25 memberships on mine, for real. With no, I made $10 in super chats. I put out 100 in memberships. It makes me no difference because it comes to me on the 21st of every month through YouTube. It came from YouTube, so I give it back to YouTube. It doesn't matter. My living is made. That's just me. I've done it because I make money off of YouTube, and it really doesn't even matter what I'm talking about because I use it to promote my other services and promote those around me. Okay, because I know how the game works, so I can make my money off of promotion. Okay, paid promotion, sponsorship, and other consulting services. All right, I can do that. And if you're on here doing things properly, you don't just have a description of your video in that chat box. You've got links to the camera you're using. You've got links to the microphone you're using. You've got links to the earbuds you're using. Okay, you've got links for the service, the link tree for the services you're using, for the graphic setups and stuff like that you have to make little banners come up on your camera and little crazy stuff like that. You got all of that stuff. Okay? For the programs and everything, you make a couple of pennies after you do it. You don't have to pump poison to people to make money off of that. So if you only have one way to skin a cat, chances are you need some advice from these people anyway because you don't know what the hell you're doing. That's what I'm saying. If you only have one route to make money, you're limited. And that's you. I get it. Not everybody's built for this. But like I said, if you're over here looking to learn a lesson from somebody that's not qualified to teach you anything, then fine. Go to these people's channels and find you a new YouTube daddy. I'm not trying to be that. And I would suggest that you don't look to these other dudes to be that for you. Because you're going to be disappointed.
Okay.
Did you unmute me?
Yeah, you're good.
Did you unmute me?
You're good.
I'm not talking to you. Did you unmute me?
I can't mute anybody. I'm just a guest.
I'm not talking to you.
You're not muted. You're not muted, Dr. Al.
Okay. So first off, don't insult yourself by saying I'm looking for a YouTube daddy. Be a grown up and be mature. Okay? None of that.
I'm speaking in general. I don't know you. But before you go, I want to congratulate you on you just got your 4th subscriber to your channel today. I became your 4th subscriber 2 minutes ago. You actually do. You just got your 4th subscriber.
I don't have a channel.
Everybody, the next person that subscribes to AH here, they'll be his 5th.
I don't have
So he knows a lot about content. He has 0 videos and he has 4 total subscribers. And 25% of his subscribers are on this panel right now. Shout out to AH.
Wow. I don't know what you thought you were trying to prove.
Because somebody that doesn't create content has nothing to say to me about content.
Please be quiet.
Dr. Al, both of you.
Be a grown-up.
You be a grown-up and talk about things that you know something about.
Wipe your butt with the floor. a couple of days
Talk
ago
about
because
something
you didn't know how to
know
shut your
something
mouth
about.
and let
Dr.
somebody
A.
else
Yeah,
talk.
all right.
You can't
And this
have
is
a
another
debate.
thing. I want to thank my
No, I'm
YouTube
not doing this.
subscribers and everybody
I'm
that's
not doing this,
donated
no.
for all this equipment to make sure that guys like this cannot be heard while I speak. Okay?
I'm not doing this.
So maybe if you made some content and you made some damn money off YouTube, you can invest in some equipment and you wouldn't have to talk to me through that busted speaker on that raggedy laptop you on.
Okay. Dr. A.H.
It's funny though, looking at it.
Now, this is one of my co-hosts, so
I'm not laughing at you, dog. I don't even know what you're saying, dude.
Dr. A.H.
All
Dr. A. Dr. A.H. Dr. A.H. Dr. Al.
yes.
Okay. This is supposed to be a safe platform, you know that. And I'm going to let the two of you.
I didn't attack him. He attacked
No,
me.
No, I didn't. I just wanted to
excuse
congratulate
me.
you on your 4th subscriber. Rarely do
excuse me.
people increase their sub count by
okay, so
25% in one
the
day.
kid
Okay,
wants to
excuse me,
attack me talking about a
Dr.
YouTube daddy
A.H.
and
Dr.
4
A.H.
subscribers. Yes.
Dr. A.H.
Yes.
We are talking about the Manosphere. The two of you all can continue the conversation, but please be respectful to one another. Okay? He is the guest. You're up here. You are putting comments, and I put that up there. So, again, you can dialogue, and it doesn't have to be
Yeah, we
disrespectful. Okay?
Okay. So, like I said, don't insult yourself by saying somebody's looking for a YouTube daddy. Don't
A
insult
lot of
yourself
people here are
by saying,
looking for YouTube.
Please shut up and let me talk.
Excuse me,
The
Dr.
discussion is one
A.H.
person talks to
Dr.
another.
A.H.
Please don't drop him. Please don't drop
Dr.
him
A.H.
under any circumstances.
Yes.
But
Don't do
Doaz,
that
if you can
here.
do me a
Don't do
favor
that
and
here.
just put
I'm not
if
doing
you can put CJ's comment back on the screen, I wanted him to actually answer that question.
Okay, where is CJ?
Yeah, it's the last comment. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was good for him. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, please don't drop him. But this
I
is
didn't
one of
drop
the
him.
reasons why there is a manosphere. This guy is supposed to be a doctor, right? The reason, and this is why I came into the space. I came into the space to address a war on masculinity. Okay, and it's not a war against women. I don't have issues with feminism, any of that stuff. My issue is the fact that it's not okay for men to be men. This man heard something that he didn't like. So instead of coming up here to have a conversation or even ask me a question, he wanted to stick his finger in his camera and talk to me like I'm a child. You give a damn, man. I could tell by the furniture and shit in the back. Pardon my French. By all of that stuff, you one of them damn Gen Xers, bro. That done all. You're the reason why the damn community is failing. Okay? You are, homeboy. That's you. Okay? You dropped the ball back in the 70s and 80s, homie. All right? So don't put it on my generation because we got to clean up the mess from y'all. All right?
Okay, this is not going the way.
I can tell by your grandmother's armoire in the damn back that, hey, that's who the hell you are.
Oh, God. All right.
You know, and you got pictures of people with Jerry curl juice on your wall.
Okay, hey, Aunt T,
You know, people got Jerry curl. I'm sorry.
take it down, Knox. Okay, we're not going to do this. All right.
My
Who's back?
apologies. But yeah, if you
Dr.
could put her
A.H.
comment back up. I'm not going to cut him off. I'm on mute.
Okay, let me put our comment back up. Dr. A.H. You're not muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Before you go on, again, please respect my platform and my guests as they have rightfully
No problem.
respected you. The insults, they need to stop.
No problem.
I'm not going to repeat that.
I wasn't the one that interrupted everything.
Sir, the insults are not going to continue. I'm not saying that just to you.
I didn't
I'm talking
insult
about everyone. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
continue your conversation and welcome back, Dr. Al.
So somebody said, how would I describe it? Well, first off, the history of it, the brothers are the ones who started it first because their conversations. They had spaces where they could talk about those things, because there were no spaces for men to talk about those things because they were weighted off, particularly black men. Okay, the whole MGTOW and the mainstream manosphere people came in later because, yes, it came off the heels of the manpower movement. You had fathers' rights and men's rights and things because of what was going on, not just in the courts, but in the workplace and also in social policy. All right. My problem with how he described the manosphere is he took just about everybody that you shouldn't listen to and said that's what the manosphere is, which it's not. The main person he should have talked about was BGS, but I don't think he would do that because BGS not only talks about it, it has a space for men to meet. He puts out things that are educational about social policy. He puts out things that are educational about the history of the relationships between black men and black women, the history of black women's involvement in those policies in this country, and to talk about how future forecasting of not just employment, but also in cases of family, in cases of what's going on around the world and how that's going to affect us. Now, me particularly, I'm a doomsdayer, so I don't get off into all these YouTube channels like that. Okay, that's what my thing is. That's why I don't have a YouTube channel, and I don't have any subscribers. All right, and whatever my humble abode or other places look like, I don't think I should be reduced to somebody talking about me that way, but that's okay. The main thing I'm going to talk about with the manosphere is,
As I said, there won't be any more insults.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I'm addressing it. So yes. The main thing I'm going to talk about with I would say with the manosphere is that he's skewed because he is doing the exact thing that he said he gets blamed for, trying to stay on the fence. There is no fairness when there is a foul operation going on. You talked about how people will point out the negative behaviors and faulty programming of black men, and black men turn around and point that out about the women and say, wait a minute, not only do you have these faulty behaviors and programming, you're passing it on to the very men that you're claiming can't be what you need to be. Yes, there's some generational gaps. Yes, there's some things that everybody could do better. Yes, there's some people who could talk better, but all of that is irrelevant if you don't get to the whole heart of the matter. Just like you talked about, you want to talk about reparations. You didn't mention.
Okay, he fell off. Do you want to address
I think he's
that?
just buffering. He's probably trying to get stable. I'll wait. He's not done talking.
Okay, we'll wait for him to come back.
But I guess while we're waiting, all right, so he'll probably come back. But
yes,
I actually didn't talk about reparations. I just said the conversation was open. And yes, he is correct about things that BGS was talking about. But these guys have been around for years. So there have been a lot of things that they've touched on. And BGS, I know this much. He has talked about a lot of those things. But those don't necessarily bring in the numbers and the views. And that's cool. But this is also a man that about 2 weeks ago said, look, we're gonna allow, we're gonna let JPT speak for us as black men. No, that Caucasian young woman cannot speak for me under no circumstances.
Okay, well, so, before he gets back, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Another issue that I personally have. Somebody that does not produce content in any way, shape, or form and doesn't even know that they have their own channel and 4 subscribers attached to that account that they're wrenched up in X amount of channels for. They don't even know that they have that. Wants to talk to me about content. Come on. It's crazy. It's almost like me trying to tell a brain surgeon how to do brain surgery. I don't do it. I don't do it. I never have. So you're on one side. Okay. You're on one side.
If he comes back up, we can continue. But I wanted to know the terminology of passport bros. And what you feel about that, honestly. Mm-hmm.
What do I feel about it, or
Mm-hmm.
what is it?
Well, what
Okay.
is it, and how do you feel about it?
Okay, so passport bros. I guess that's supposed to be a movement where black men are getting their passports. If they didn't have them already, they're getting their passports, and they're going to find women overseas because Western women, primarily black Western women, are just, it just doesn't make sense to either marry. Like, if you want to be a man that has a wife and a family and you're building a legacy for the future, they say that Western black women and Western women as a whole just aren't what to do it with. It just, yeah.
And where did that come from?
He could probably tell you a little bit more about that. The passport bro thing. That's something that that I just noticed that when I came into the space. My opinion on it is that it really doesn't matter where you go. If you're not a whole entire man yourself, it doesn't matter. A woman's not going to respect you or quote unquote submit. It just is what it is. So it's one thing. I had no problem with men going. I mean, I don't have a problem with men doing whatever they want with their time, their money, their passports, whatever. I just felt as though, look, if you have, like, if your issue is that women in the United States will not have sex with you, so you think if you go to Colombia or you go to the Dominican Republic or you do whatever, it's just going to be easier. You're a mark, and you're probably just over there looking for something other than a marriage. And I think that kind of just got skewed. But as far as black men stamping their passports and just becoming more cultured men, more well-rounded men, building up their network, learning more about international trade, business, learning new languages, learning new foods, just learning more culture. I think those are great reasons to travel. Nothing wrong with stamping your passport for that. And if you come across a wife or a woman, more power to you. But if you're just doing it for the sake of women, you already lost.
Okay. There's a message up here from Peace, Love, and Netflix, and thank you. And she says, I understand. This live was sparked from Ant's live that talked about the dissension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
which, I mean, we talked about a lot of different things. I know on my live, my issue was just what I saw. I've seen a lot of people that have been labeled. I'm sorry?
No, I was saying thank you to Peace, Love, and
we've seen a lot of people that haven't necessarily been acclimated in the space, don't spend much time in the space, don't have the discussions and the conversations in the space, as far as the black manosphere is concerned. They don't have the discussions, but yet they're being labeled as black manosphere. People like an Anton Daniels, for example, or the Lapeef Network. Like, that's not the black manosphere, but yet they're being labeled the black manosphere because of because of Anton Daniels' association with JPT or his association with Angry Man. But at the end of the day, we have not seen Anton on Black Manosphere panels. We haven't seen him in Black Manosphere chat boxes. We haven't really seen any of that. So that was why my live was sparked the other day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because for the most part, people have confused black man with black manosphere. You know what I'm saying? So any black man that does content on here is all of a sudden black manosphere, and that's not the case.
Okay.
Shout out to Bayou Bunny.
Hi there. Welcome, ma'am.
Hey, I just wanted to make sure my audio was okay before I start because I'm not on my microphone.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Welcome.
Hey,
Happy Friday to you.
Thank you. Same to you. Shout out to the panel, and shout out to everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Podium is yours.
Yes, conversation about the manosphere. I know the doctor, I don't know how long he's been in this space, but I've been in this space since late 2018. And that history was not correct. The Black Manosphere, the origins of the Black Manosphere started with Tommy Sotomayor. Everybody that we see, from Obsidian to Angry Man to all of them, literally all of them, BGS, Kevin Samuels, they came after Tommy Sotomayor. It started with Tommy as the origin of this space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that, Auntie? I think you mentioned that, though.
Like I said, Well, I'm not going to say that he was the founder, but back in 2012, that was the only channel that I knew of that was discussing these things. You know, the same things that they're discussing now was Tommy's. That was back in 2012. I did stumble upon it. You know, so I'm not going to disagree with her because I think it's the God's honest truth. You know,
Tommy's the first.
And out of all of these content creators, Tommy's the only one of them that I know with their own damn button on YouTube. Like, they got their own tab right next to live, NBA, trending news. There's Tommy Sotomayor right there.
All right.
You know, so I would agree with her right there.
Yeah, I just want to come and give a little bit of clarity because there's a lot of, like, okay, so Black YouTube is kind of like a metropolitan, right? There's different subdivisions, blocks. It's different. There's different areas to it, right? And some would even say there's different sectors. That's what they call it, is sectors. But
Yes.
yeah, like I said, I've been here since late 2018, and you know, the conversation was not always somewhat. Let me not say, okay, so all of the channels were not bashing Black women. A lot of those people that were mentioned, including BGS, had a pro-Black stance in the beginning. The bashing of Black women is just a little bit more lucrative than keeping the Black family together.
Wow.
And talking about those issues. They started off with a pro-Black stance, with a pro-family stance.
Okay. Do you want to chime in on that, Auntie?
Absolutely. That's why when the brother came up earlier, and I don't even think he got to get to it, but I knew exactly. I think I kind of had an idea of where he was steering. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, where he was going with what he was saying. The issues in the community are the women. That's the issues. The issues are the women. Maybe I could be wrong, you know, but that's where it was going to go. And I was like, yeah, women are the issue in the community, as are men. You know what I'm saying? It's not a gender specific thing. You know what I'm saying? The same issues that you're going to see that a lot of these women have, the dudes got them too. It ain't nothing. It's not that I'm trying to be on the fence. It's that the issue has nothing to do with your plumbing. It has to do with your brain. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what it is. So, I mean, it's so easy for everybody to point the fingers at each other because everybody got the same problems. You know? It's always an ugly person to want to call somebody ugly.
Yeah. So CJ says, I find it so interesting to hear women who say they've been in the Black Manosphere for years. Well, CJ, I don't know how long you've been in this space, but you are now part of the Black Manosphere. You are in that algorithm, baby. You are all up and through there. The reason why.
Thank you, CJ, for your blessing. May it be returned abundantly.
How I got into this space, I actually came to YouTube to support somebody who I knew, and the Manosphere would actually come over to their channel and spark up debates. And that's how I got familiar with all of the players. That's how. I wouldn't even necessarily say that I am in the Black Manosphere now because I don't really listen to them anymore. But unfortunately, my channel is still in that algorithm. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, CJ. Wait a minute. Can you hear me? For your super sticker. May you be blessed abundantly. Thank you. And thank you to everyone on the panel. Dr. AH, if you're still out there, you're welcome. This is just an open conversation to get clarity, to have these conversations. And as Aunt T said the other day to me, sometimes they're not going to be comfortable in. That was a little bit uncomfortable. So hopefully there can be some comfort towards the end. I'm going to try. But again, these are opinions and thoughts. So the young lady on the panel spoke about the origin. And where do you think, ma'am, and Auntie, please chime in. where it went off to bashing of the women, and then the women bashing of the men. And is it really all just to be lucrative, or is this how people really feel? And now that they feel or see that there's a platform, it's an all or no holds barred. And I'll mute my mic.
Ooh, so as far as when did it become woman bashing, I don't want to answer that. Matter of fact, like, I don't want to give a definitive answer on that. I know what I was told from people that's been here through the inception, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to answer it wrong, but so the men that I know that are in the manosphere, they don't hate black women. I would say about 60% of it. Oh no, I'd even venture off to say 75% of it is about the money. But at one point, do you have integrity, right? The main people who talk, the same women that they talk about, this is the same women that they deal with. The same ones. They love them. They just can't control them. That's the issue. They love single mothers. They make single mothers. That's just facts. That's facts. How lucrative is it for them now? Well, I think Kevin is no think. I know Kevin threw a wrench in all of that. So Kevin came into space about 2019 and 2020, and what he did, when Kevin came into space, nobody liked him. They all said that he was rainbow. I don't want your stream to get flagged. They said he was rainbow, and they were not rocking with Kevin. What Kevin did was he went around to different panels, and he sat on those panels and soaked up game. He learned those talking points. When he also he sold perfume, and he would talk about fashion and things like that. And there were even a couple content creators that met up with him, and one of them met up with him and had lunch, went trying on an outfit, and twirled around in a circle after after having lunch with him, and
This is an alleged comment.
They roasted him, girl. So yeah.
But you know what? Tommy actually said, and I don't know how true this is, that he took some of his style from him.
He took style from everybody. He literally soaked up everybody's style, and he learned those talking points like the back of his hand and repackaged it. Obsidian, everything that he was doing was Obsidian, all the way down to the noises, everything, to the call in and you ask questions, everything. He stole all, and that's why whenever he blew up, the ones that were not eating with him, they did not like Kevin. All this, me and Kevin were cool. Certain content creators, that they've only been saying that since he passed away. That's facts.
Nancy, chime in on that, and I'll mute my mic.
This is what I was told directly from what we say, Angry Man, Obsidian, BGS, O'Shea, from at least one of those dudes directly from their mouth. Okay, the purpose of that space, the Black Manosphere space, the algorithm that they're responsible for, was so that black men could come together, congregate, help each other. Men that have been through things could help men that are going through things, and we can help other men to avoid things. That's what it was about. Okay, and organically, there were going to be a lot of problems that were solved, and people were going to make some money along the way. That's what I was told, for the most part, in those exact words. Okay, so I think an issue that you saw with that exchange up there, that's why there is a manosphere. If you notice, I would never disagree with any man about his opinion. I mean, I can give my perspective, try to understand his perspective, and that's it. That man came up here to argue with me about an opinion. Everything that I said to you earlier, I said I'm probably not too qualified to speak on it, but based of what I've seen, this is what I've seen. This is the way I see it. And anybody feel free to come up here, give me pushback, correct me, whatever. The man was offended by that, and that's the problem. Men don't know how to converse with men. Men that probably have me by about 15 years in age don't even know how to converse with each other. They can't even respect the opinion of another man. That's a problem. They can't even just agree to disagree without being offended. That's a problem amongst men. That's why I say, I'm not going to sit here and talk about women all day when men don't even know how to have a conversation and respect each other. We need to talk about first, we need to learn how to communicate. You know what I'm saying? How to converse. You know what I'm saying? And how to confront each other without somebody getting killed. You know?
Absolutely.
Or
And I
pouting.
do agree with that. I do agree with that. So again, how do we...
So that's the purpose of my channel. A lot of people will say that, yeah, it's a bunch of effery. You just let people argue and all of that other stuff or whatever. But I'm like, I'm doing what I believe is what the community needs. What my people and those that look like me. I could have started a poker channel. I could have started a business consulting channel and not even been in this space and talked to you guys and had way more subs and made a bunch more money. Okay? If it was all about money. So I don't want to hear that stuff that he's saying.
Or go straight to the beef sector.
Nah, I wouldn't do that. But I'm just saying, I could have did a lot of things and just I could have just uploaded videos. I never have to put that link in the chat box. I don't have to talk to anybody if I don't want to. And make I could let cats jump off my dining room table and make a bunch of money doing that. And just film that. If it was all about money. It wasn't. Okay? I did what I felt is best. Now, BGS or whatever, he's doing what he feels is best. You know? Angry Man's doing what he feels is best. O'Shea's doing what he feels is best. Understandable. I'm not going to argue with these guys about what they feel is best. I'm just going to do what I believe is the right thing, and I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it the best I can. That's it. And as men, I think we need to respect that instead of saying, no, you're doing it wrong. That's the problem. And we're trying to get out of that mode. I believe that was the goal of the space. They understand that that generation that preceded us failed us in that. That's all they did was they pointed the finger and told us what we should be doing, when in actuality, they're the reasons why we're in the position we're in.
Now, is that...
They were the ones that were grown adults in the 80s, and they're the reasons why, why there is a privatized prison industrial complex. They allowed that. We understand that they were grown adults. We were children or just being born.
Now, to be fair, this is just a question, so don't bite my head off. Is that generalization?
Yes,
because of that statement, or this is what you honestly feel for all?
No, I believe the issue, and it's a lot of. I think this is another reason why a lot of these dudes are having issues, why they want to speak on women all day. Just like Bayou Bunny said a moment ago, these men don't hate black women. They can't. You can't hate something that you talk about all day. You can't. It's not possible. So at some point, I get it. They want these women. They don't want these women to be a single mother when they get them, but they'll still take them anyway. They want these women to marry them. They want these women to have their children, and they're mad that that's not the case. I get it, because these women are like, look, I don't want you. You know what I'm saying? I want you and him and him and him and him and him and him. And they're mad that society pretty much doesn't tell them that there's something wrong with them for that. They tell the women that, hey, they have slut walks and stuff like that. And they tell them that the women that they can be sexually liberated. And for the most part, there aren't too many consequences, for them doing those things. I'm like, whatever. That's kind of just the world we live in. I'm not trying to change it like that. That's going to be a lifetime fighting crusade. As men, we should be able to understand, adapt, and adjust instead of just sitting here complaining. That doesn't solve anything. Making adjustments is how we solve problems. That's my opinion. That was how I decided to kind of get in where I fit in here.
Okay.
It's not that I'm on the fence. That's honestly how I see it.
Right. And I have no problem with that. Young lady that's on the panel, is that Miss Lola Bunny?
It's Bayou Bunny. Yeah, I'm here, still here. Just Bunny, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Bunny. Would you like to chime in on what Aunt T just said?
Well, I'm gonna go to the generation thing.
Okay.
So, Gen X. Okay, so there's baby boomers, Gen X, and then millennials. I am a millennial.
Yes.
My mother is a baby boomer. With the baby boomers, we still had intact families. We had the family unit, the man and the woman and the kids and things of that nature. I'm from the South. So in the South, a lot of the baby boomers inherited sharecropper land, right? That generation did mess everything up. And these are just facts. These are, statistics can prove this. The Gen X is where there was a big increase in broken households, and the single mothers that they talk about, there was always single mothers in the community, right? But that's where that started, was that generation, as far as the increase that's just out of control. But in my opinion, what's not talked about is, why are those women single? They say that it's a gynocracy, which is basically a community. Well, though it's really a government that's led by women. And this was actually, BGS has the clip on his channel. It was a panel that I was having, and the question was posed, what is a gynocracy? And again, that's BGS when he was on my panel, and he clipped it and put it on his channel. And he explained it's when women run the community. Instead of somebody coming to my father and saying, hey, can I marry Bayou Bunny? They would go to the mother and say, hey, can I marry Bayou Bunny? It's a matriarch, essentially.
Or they go to Bayou Bunny, right? and say, will you marry me? There is no, there is no,
that the fathers and that male leadership, it's not, more times than not, even if it is there, it just does not matter. The women govern the men. But my question has, and it still will be, why is it like that in the community? And I have yet to get a reasonable answer from them.
Well, I would be more than happy to answer it. And just as I said, the same reason why I entered the space, there's a war on masculinity. And it ain't waged by women. It's not. It's not a war waged by women. It's a war waged by the powers that be. You know what I'm saying? From the government to other communities that shall remain nameless. It's just a war on masculinity. They're able to maintain their positions of power over multiple demographics if they can effeminize the men. You know what I'm saying? If they can separate men from the women. As long as you guys don't have strong male leadership as women, you can be easily controlled. Okay? You can get that high paying job, but you'll never run that company. And for the most part, most women are cool with that. As long as they can have the high paying job with the Benz and the house and say, I don't need no man, they cool with that. But as men, it's kind of in our nature to want to be in charge, to want to build, to want to innovate, hey, I've grown, it's just in our nature to grow out of jobs, to grow out of working for people. We want to be able to create for our community. So you're just better off if you want to keep us in a certain position, you're better off keeping us separated and keeping the men weak. So the easiest way to do that is to make sure that, hey, number one, it's just not okay to do things that are considered masculine or manly. Like, it's not okay to raise your voice. It's not okay to fight. It's not okay to work with your hands. It's not, let's just keep it real. You got more young boys that can do the latest dance moves, but they can't throw a punch. They don't know how to change a tire.
But whose fault is that, Auntie?
Whose fault is it? It's the fault of society as a whole. It's the fault of both men and women. It's the fault of the media. It's the fault of society as a whole, because everybody's in a better position if the men are naturally weaker. So that when they're weaker and they can't do things like take care of their women and children for whatever reason, mainly because they don't know how, it's easier to control the women and the children and institute propaganda that makes it so that they're in a subservient position to society. So, I mean, at the end of the day, most of these boys aren't raised by men, they're raised by women. So they're likely to end up like women, you know? So like I said, whose fault is that? It's easy to say, yeah, it's the man's fault for not being here. And it's just as easy to say it's the woman's fault for not trying to make it work with the man. Like you're saying, you don't need a man, but do you not need a man? Because your boy's going to grow up to be effeminate. So you do kind of need a man to raise this boy. So it's on both sides. It's an issue on both sides. I feel as though, look, if she says she doesn't need a man, you know what I'm saying? If she says she doesn't need a man and she doesn't want you there, you know, as a man and as a father of that child, that's it. You make her fight you for custody of your son. That's it. Under no circumstances am I letting my boy grow up to not be a man or not be the strongest man that he can be, under no circumstances. So that's it. I'm not taking that one lying down. So yeah, that's an issue with both men and women. You know, the men that get the women fought really hard for this position of independence and whatever it is that they have now. They fought hard for it, and the men didn't put up much of a fight against it. Okay, so that's why we're in this situation.
Okay, quick question. And again, don't bite my head off, but you said that Chaos Reign was trying to come up. I'm not sure what happened. You mentioned that this is why a lot of these young boys are growing up to be effeminate. I don't agree with that 100%. I believe, and this is just my opinion, again, I'm learning. I'm trying to learn and understand. I've seen mothers, grandmothers, or big mamas raise boys, and I don't see that they've grown up to be effeminate. That's just me. Am I wrong in that, or I'm not?
I believe you're all the way wrong. I think nowadays, if you just walk for 2-3 miles downtown in whatever city you're in, you're gonna see more men that are dressed like women than you've ever seen before in your life. And society has deemed that okay.
I'm in the DC area, so to be honest, downtown DC, that you're correct in that. But I've seen, like I said, women that have had to raise boys because the men either left, they were deleted, or in the system. And I'm not saying all of the boys, but I didn't see a lot of them turning out to be effeminate. So I guess that's what I was saying.
No, they don't necessarily turn out to be effeminate because they were raised by women.
Okay.
What happens is they're missing a lot of masculine traits. You know what I'm saying? The provision, the protection, the things that you actually want, you know, from a man that allow you to respect a man. They don't have those things because a woman can't teach those things. They're intangible. So it's not just wearing a dress. Sometimes it's just arguing and going back and forth with you as a woman. You know, boys grow up and believe that's okay because they saw their mother doing that with everybody else. You know?
Okay.
Like, for example, in my situation with my son, I make sure that his mother, because she and I were not together, but under no circumstances can she put her hands on him. Under any circumstances, if there's something that he does to her and he steps out of line, she calls me. You call me. You know, why don't I want you to put your hands on him? Because I don't want our son to be in the habit of believing that it's okay to let a woman hit him under any circumstances. He should not be hitting a woman, and one moment, and a woman should not be hitting him. Not even his mother, especially not his mother, because it's a traumatizing situation to put him in. He can't hit you back and defend himself because you're his mom. He can't get up and go anywhere because you provide a roof for him to live under. Okay? So it's a very it's that's abuse. That's abuse, because if he were to grow up and a woman were to hit him or put her hands on him, he's never going to be able to just sit there and take it. He can leave, or he can actually physically defend himself, and he would not be wrong, for that. So why should he have to take that from her? No, when he has a father.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do you think that because hey there, Nini, how are you? That's excellent that you just said that. But how many households that if you're not with your child's parent actually foster the same sentiment that you just offered?
Well, that's the part that I put on the men. Go get your kids. I don't want to hear a damn thing about she won't let you see your kids, or she kidnapped them. No, get your kids.
But what about the court orders?
Go get your kids. Spend time with them.
Okay.
If there's a court order saying that you can't see your kids, you're a danger to that child. There's no court order that says that someone that doesn't have violence or some kind of serious criminal history can at least get supervised visitation with their children.
That's true. Okay.
That's what I mean. There's nothing there. I couldn't imagine a judge saying, no, you can't see your kids, and you're not like a proven danger to those kids.
Okay. Bunny, your thoughts on that? As far as a woman not disciplining the child and calling the father?
I didn't say don't discipline.
Thank you so much.
I didn't say don't discipline.
I don't really
discipline the child.
No, I mean with the hand. With the hand. Let me make that clear. I'm sorry.
The reason I don't like speaking on stuff like this because my father, I know my biological father, me and him are extremely close, and I have a stepfather, and me and him are even closer. So it's kind of hard for me to speak on that, if that makes sense. And because I feel like it's gonna be a biased opinion, but I'll say this: what I have seen, I rarely see men fight for custody of their kids. The only time they want to, all of a sudden, when that child support hit that check, you know what I'm saying, girl? They be expecting a good little 926 coming home. They just know they finna go get a new pair of J's, but when they get that check and that check say $524, then all of a sudden they want to go to court and fight for their child, and it shouldn't be like that.
It shouldn't be like that, but I just want to respond to Bunny. It shouldn't be like that, but hell, that should light a fire under their ass to go see their damn kids, because you paying for that time. Go see your kids, But it's also a second side to that coin. That's why I say, before women put their man on child support, this is just my opinion, try to work something out, because that man could really just be like, look, if you want to involve that judge, that white man in our stuff, I'll just pay that bill and I don't have to see or do nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So if you really want that man to be a father, at least try to work something out first. Now, go do what you got to do. If you guys have an agreement where he's supposed to, hey, you pay the insurance and he pay, you know what I'm saying? You pay the medical, he pays the dental. He picks up the kids X amount of days a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are actually sharing in things. If he doesn't want to keep up or make an agreement with you on that, you got to do what you got to do, because you should get some kind of financial help from the other parent. But at the same, it shouldn't be the first option. And unfortunately, in a lot of broken home situations, it's the first option. And people be surprised when some of these dudes just be like, yo, I'll just pay that bill. And some of them be like, look, even if I don't get the bill, even if I get the bill, I'm not going to pay it. I'm going to treat it like anything else on my credit report. Maybe to drop off in 10 years. Whatever. But if I pay this bill, I ain't got to do nothing else. No?
But isn't that adding to the brokenness of the nuclear family?
Yeah, but
absolutely.
But here's the thing. It's
Welcome,
four of us on the
Nixon, and I'll go ahead and mute my mic. Welcome.
How's everybody?
I'm doing well. Happy Friday to you, sir.
Same to you. It's four of us on the panel, and we always talk about men leaving the home. But when you ask the average person, what's the rate of people that you know of men leaving the home versus rate of relationships just breaking up? Most people know relationships that just break up more than they know men that just left. And, you know, there's another side of that. You know, when you talk about things like alienation of affection, who you think normally do that? More men or women?
I'm going to say men from my experience. That's just me. My
So
opinion.
if 70% of, they say, women have single mothers have the kids, you think men are more influenced than the kids against the mother? See,
was he talking? Were you talking to Doe Eyes or?
No, I'm just talking in general.
Okay.
I mean, for what we've seen in our community, do you think it's the men more influencing the kids? Because you remember, the kids are in the house with the mom. So there is another side to this. As far as child support, the thing is, yeah, there is an issue with child support. But also another issue is when the men that do try to reach out and get child support, then it becomes an issue. Like, women only deserve the right to be the only child, and the dad gets to be on the outside. Most women are not giving up custody, even if the other parent is a better parent. I've seen that in the military. I've known people who end up being single fathers, like I was, and none of us got child support. That's an issue that we don't even talk about.
Yeah.
When it comes time for women to pay child support, they don't want to pay it at all. And most of the time, men don't even ask for it. We just happy to get our kids.
It's kind of disingenuous though, because like even you just said, I'm taking it back to Ian. Hold on, baby. Hold on. And how are you doing today, Mr. Nixon?
I'm good. I'm only up here for a couple minutes. I'm hearing y'all up here. Let me jump in for a second.
So here's the thing. If a woman is on Medicaid when she gets pregnant, you automatically gonna be put up for child support once that baby is born. If a woman is on food stamps, or if the child is on Medicaid, at any point from the time of her being pregnant with the child all the way up to 18, that father or the prospective father automatically goes on child support. So it's kind of, you know, Aunt Me, you've had this conversation before. It's kind of problematic to say, well, you got the white men involved. Well, I'm just going to pay him and Dipset. Like, nah, it doesn't work like that. Take responsibility that your ass did not have health insurance, and now you got to pay child support.
Well, I mean, I don't know about those issues because when I had both my sons, I was married and we had health care. You know, I don't believe in having more kids in the bedrooms you got to put them in.
I mean, look, I've been in that situation before.
But everyone doesn't look at it like that, or everyone doesn't practice safely, and they end up, as Auntie said earlier, having several different parents, and it turns into a societal, and I don't want to say the word mess, but a mess.
Yeah, but that's on both ends though. Like, see, half the time we know who we dealing with, right?
No, this is funny right here because I hear this happen. This come from women all of the time. But there's a woman that'll check you and tell you the truth, because one that actually went through child support will tell you that 50-50 custody does not mean a damn thing in most states. People think that, oh, I got 50-50 custody, so I don't have to pay child support. It cancels out. No, it's almost like alimony for the child. In the state of Florida, where I am, the child has to have the same lifestyle when he's with each parent. Okay? So it's up to the person that makes the most to make up the difference. You can have 50-50 custody. I know a dude right now that literally has to pay his ex-wife $17 a month in child support. $17 a month. Because she makes more money on paper than him. Don't get me wrong, it's so minuscule that
you mean
17.
7.
No, $17. like $17. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. It's so small that they didn't even enforce it. But that's what it said. Like they had to have the breakdown of it because they had to break down both of their income and earning statements to determine because they have documented 50-50 custody.
Oh my God. Nene Royal, thank you for your blessing. May it be returned abundantly. Oh my God.
Well, no. I mean, well, they have 50-50 custody, but they both make a decent amount of money. You know, like it's so close that I think she has the children more nights than he does or whatever. So that was the mathematics that they came up with, $17. So it was so small that they didn't even put a court order to enforce it. But
why does it even have to? And this is for the gentleman and Miss Bunny. Why does it even have to get to that point where you have to go to court? I mean, is it where the communication is that bad?
No.
Okay, let's be honest. When a relationship breaks up and a man is mad, right? What is his resources to exact revenge on you? Besides just leaving. Like when men, like what revenge do men get when leaving a relationship besides just leaving? Now I'll ask the same question.
I would think, but that hurts the child as well.
No. This is not the case.
And he's nowhere I'm going with that. Like,
okay,
here's the thing. When it comes,
and Miss
my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what Pete said. People are petty.
I was just about to say that. Hold up 1 second, El, and you got it. Look, a lot of times, like in my situation, I went through divorce court at the time. I was starting my business, but I wasn't well off or anything like that. Of course, I just got out of a relationship, so I haven't bought this nice house yet. Don't have this beautiful car and all of this other stuff and this good-looking woman. So I was told, hey, as long as you take care of your son, there's no need for child support or anything. So I pay all of the expenses, keep the child half the time, 50-50 custody and everything. Pay all of the expenses, the daycare, the clothes, everything, and I make sure he's got a whole separate wardrobe when he's over there with you the whole time. The other half of the time. I still get served with papers. Still get served with papers. At first, you didn't want that, but now that you see that I'm doing a little bit better without you, now all of a sudden you want to serve me. So that's the thing. People, just like you said, people are petty. They feel as though they're entitled to things. And a lot of people, though, they don't even get that conversation in the beginning of, hey, I'm never going to put you as that's it. You got something, I want something. That's it.
Right. And in most cases, I don't agree with guys saying, forget the woman's job or her career or her education and all that. Because in most cases, when the guy has the most, when a relationship is resolved, the other party wants some of that. Now, when you see in cases where both have a lot to lose, like for example, one of my sailors that worked for me, he was an E6 and his wife was an engineer. They went through a divorce. She was the first one to say, well, why don't we just go our separate ways and leave it what we got? Of course. The thing is, I used to do polls on topics like this, like support. And I used to always hear, well, support goes to not just the kid, it goes to keeping the lights on, it goes to all these other things. I never got that from men who had their child, who didn't get child support. We had bank accounts. We paid for daycare. We did all that. We didn't get any type of money, and that money didn't go to the lights or do whatever. It went to the kid. It went right to his bank because we didn't need that money. And when you think about it, right? If you got 2 kids and you need my help in your separate home, but I'm a man and I'm in a home with a woman with a kid, I can take care of that home and I can also put money in your home. I can do that, but you're struggling with just the kid in your home. When women are saying they make more than us. So I did a poll and I talked about child support. What is child support for? Then the next day I switched it around. I said, even my mom said no. I switched it around the next day and I said, okay, you go to court, and now the judge reverses it and he gives custody to the man. How many of y'all women we willing to pay child support? And large part of the chat said they didn't want to pay child support. I'm talking women. Now I'm going back and I'm said what you said, child support, it's about the kid. So that was my rebuttal on that. But it's about the kid. So if the kid's with me, it's still about the kid. Now y'all say y'all don't want to pay child support. When you ask most women would they want to pay child support, most would, number one, don't want to let you have the kid because they have to have the kid, because I think by a large part of society, it's a few women who will look at it like, okay, well, if it's in the best interest of the child, he can go with the father. Most women look like other women will look at them and be like, oh, well, if you don't have your kids and you're not a good woman, you're not a, you know what I'm saying? They'll look at you and they'll judge you. Now, number one, the child going to the father and you paying child support, most women not even thinking that. That's not even a possibility. They're not even thinking that. Whether it's good for that child or not, they're not even thinking like that. And they ain't giving no man no money. They ain't a woman putting the money in a man's hand, but it's about the child though.
Most men, is this a certain group of women that you're speaking about, El Nixon, younger?
It's a certain group.
Older?
Yeah, I didn't say all women, but
yes.
A lot of women, they can't fathom putting money in a man's hand because, you know, they'll be more likely to work out a deal. But women on large don't think about putting money in men's hand because we're men. But I'm going back to it's for the child. So if I can put money in your hand because it's for the child when he's with you, it doesn't matter all the way around. It doesn't matter what house they're in. But like I said, most women don't think about putting money in men's hand. They don't. They're not. And it ain't even about the man, it'd be about the child, and they still will have an issue with that.
L. This is what's funny, and you can put up this you can put up the comments before that, because I love having this conversation, because she just said a few comments before that. Go up to her comments before that, where it says, what did she say? She said maybe it's best to just go through the courts, right? She said that maybe it's best to just go through the courts. So then I say, all right, cool. Then don't get mad when the dude just goes through the court and just either pays that bill, doesn't pay it, whatever, just deals with that white man, don't even deal with you or that kid. Since we just want to go through the court. Yeah. Oh, but hey, that's just, what'd she say? But it seems that's fair to sort out the custody agreement. You know? I'm like, would it be fair if one just pays the court-ordered bill and just disappears? Because that's it. A custody agreement is an agreement. If a man don't fight for it, he ain't gonna get it. Parental rights, you know what I'm saying, the custodial rights lay with the mother unless the man wants to fight for them. You know what I'm saying? So if he says, yo, I'll just pay, he can have the rest. Yeah?
Don't get me wrong.
Hold on, wait. There's still more of this exchange here. But that's just money. Not the parenting part. Now you want more. A minute ago, you just said go through the courts. Now, not only do you want me to go through the courts, but you want me to be a parent too. Make up your mind. Who is raising our children? Is it me and you as the mother and the father, or is it you and the judge? And me as you want me to be there? That's why there was a Manosphere to talk about these topics. Because a lot of women were coming at men like that. I'm pretty sure it's not the women on this panel right now, and it's likely not the women in the chat box. But this is just like Peace Love said in the chat. Look, a lot of people are petty. And because the custodial rights usually lay with the mother, especially when there is no marriage involved to begin with, they're in that position to be able to do that. Like, that's even something new. When I say, look, you do know, even with 50-50 custody, whoever makes the most has to make up the difference. A lot of women were like, damn, I didn't know that exactly because you've never been sued for child support. So how would you know? Okay, how would you know? No? So yes, there are men that literally keep their children 15, 16 days out of the month.
Facts.
And they gotta pay a woman for it. Myself was one of them dudes.
Yeah.
15, 16 days out of the month. Literally kept my son every other week. Didn't have to talk to her. I drop him off at school on Friday morning. She picks him up on Friday afternoon. The next week, she drops him off on Friday morning. I pick him up on Friday afternoon. Keep him the whole week. That's the way we did. And I still had to pay.
Or y'all each got a kid, or y'all each got a kid in your house, but he still has to pay you. And y'all each got a kid in your house. Mm-hmm. And you still get to pay child support. You still should pay child support. You still should take care of your kids. And I don't support guys that don't. you know, it is a
I even love that one.
It is.
I even love the
but
last comment. She said, I meant going through the courts to make a formal custody agreement. Yeah, the formal custody agreement is what it is. I get every other weekend and I pay the bill. You keep them the rest of the time and whatever. Or some of these dudes be like, I don't want no weekends. That's it.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. When you go through the court, don't get mad when this dude just deals with the court. Doesn't deal with you or anything else. You're better off trying to work it out as a couple first. You know what I'm saying? As individuals first. When the courts don't care about you or your kid. They don't. They care about getting their cut. So that's the only thing that the court is going to set up is money. That's it. They're going to set up a money system.
Child support still owe me money. That money didn't go to my ex or nothing. They messed up, man. It didn't go to that. So, yeah. I
mean, the court should be a last resort, not a first option. But
I probably received 6 checks from child support because they messed up. They messed up and they closed me out, owing me like $328. Like all them penalties and all that stuff didn't go to her. None of the money went to her. So just imagine if they do that to 1,000 people every month. You know how much money? I remember Elizabeth Warren was talking about how crooked child support system is. Imagine all the errors they make every month when they're supposed to increase it because you got a credit. And you tell them 3 months all the way up until the time, and then they conveniently forget to do it. They do a lot of stuff like that. But my thing is this, I'm here, I understand the women's side of it because I don't even deal with, I have friends that don't take care of the kids and I don't even deal with them. So I understand that side. But the larger part of it is we normally hear this side of women, but it's like there's a other side as well, right? When it comes to men, you got a lot of people getting, I would say, beat down with child support, right? And that he's still not paying this amount of money, or well, I only get this, I only get $80 a month, which that sucks. And the other things that go along with child support. But the funny thing about it is there's guys getting beat down with child support over a kid that's not even theirs. There's a lot of that going on.
And they have paternity tests. They have actual paternity tests that prove it because it's damn near hell to get your name off of a birth certificate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even if you've proven paternity. That's why even when I had to fight the child support, the first thing my lawyer said was, we need to get a paternity test. I'm like, I got one of those years ago. He's like, we're going to get another one. And he was like, we got to get another one.
Right. But no,
that's the first thing we got to do. So that's a part of it. This is a good question right here, though. I wouldn't mind. I don't want it to seem as though we're up here complaining about child support because whatever.
I could talk about
it's screwed up, but it is what
it is.
That's
a good question. Panel thoughts about the Manosphere saying stepdads are simps. Is this not anti-family?
I can answer that one.
Okay, L. Nixon, and don't forget, Miss Bunny is up there.
It doesn't take a Manosphere to even answer this question. But largely, I mean, it's a real simple question, right? And how I get the answer that I think that, sounds good. I would just ask women who've been stepmoms. I'll ask them, is that a thankless job? I'll ask them how much they go through being a stepmom. And then I'll flip it to stepdads. A lot of stepdads, there's some, but by largely, when you think about step parents, that's a rough job being in a blended family. So there's a lot of dynamics if the biological parent doesn't give power to or put that other person in the house in the best position. If you're overprotective of your kids, if you have a lot of issues like that, there's going to be issues in that blended family. And on top of that, most people, will get attached to those kids. I've been in that situation twice. When the relationship ended, the first thing they did was keep me away from them kids. Not to mention when relationships break up, a lot of times men will have to pay you to leave relationship. Now, we excommunicated from the kids that we felt we grew to love. So it is a very hard situation. So I can see why they would think that way. But I mean, my thing is, as far as I don't have an issue with single moms or whatever, because hell, I have kids. So, when you hear a lot of guys complaining about that, calling it a negative situation and talking down on single moms, majority of that chat came from single mom house. So, yes, there are issues in that house, but it goes back to the root of it. That's not a single mom issue. That is a personal issue with that individual. So it goes back to just choosing better. It has nothing to do with, the single mom. I can address the issues in that, but if you choose the right partner, then you won't, that issue wouldn't be there. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to go to the we need to choose better. I don't necessarily think everybody's a simp because they're a stepdad. Because being a stepdad doesn't necessarily have to be a bad deal. I think being a stepdad is a bad deal if the situation is bad. I mean, if number one, the children have no relationship with their own father, and you're not ready to step in, and I mean that's tough. I think when they don't have a relationship with their own father, chances are they need therapy. They don't need you. As a man. So it might be pretty tough to go in there if you're not willing to deal with the things that come with it. You know what I'm saying? So you need to know what it is that you're into. Well, I mean, what you're getting involved with. That's when you're a simp. If you just jump into a situation, you don't know what you're getting into. That's me personally. Also, if you're gonna commit to somebody that's really not committing to you, like if for example, if a woman already has 3 children, 2 different children's fathers and everything, and you're going to come in here and be a stepdad to this woman and her children, I mean, you got to ask yourself, has she healed from those other 2 relationships? Like, has she healed from that? Has she learned from has she learned anything? Or is she just telling you, well, both of those dudes, that it was all their fault? I don't know if I wouldn't know if I want to get into that right there. Because, hey, I'm like, yo, you might want to get some therapy, because you got to at least take accountability for putting yourself in position with those guys that weren't nothing. Like at some point, like I don't want to be number 3. You got somebody backstage. So, okay.
What's up?
The hell is this?
My name is thank you.
Real Black Israel?
Yeah, I suggest you put up an overlay. This don't look
character from World of Warcraft.
Yeah, you gotta get him off. It's about to go bad.
Yeah, you gotta get him out of here. You about
You about to do something weird.
I'm just being honest. Yeah, that's how you get bombed. What's going on, dude?
What do you think about the current climate now?
What? Sorry?
As far as what
do you think about the current climate in America right now?
It's bad from all groups. Not looking good for all groups. And to be honest with you, it's not going for a while. It's not going to be for a while. I mean, and I always talk about anybody who have any type of spirituality or believe any religious text. It is nowhere near did it say think times are going to get better.
I'd like to ask the brother that just came up here, what do you think about the dissection of the Manosphere?
I don't have much thought on that, but I've been thinking about going.
Yeah, then there's no reason for you to even be on this panel. Then
I've been thinking about hunting some crickets on the moon. You know,
get him out of here. Please get him out of here. Well, you got more of them than I. I thought I had some trolls.
Yeah, she said a lot of young fathers take. Yeah, I mean they do. But I always talk about how, that we actually do know a lot of people that it just didn't work. And then those same people get up here and talk about the men leaving, but that's not even their experience. A lot of relationships they don't work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see the numbers to where, all these guys are just leaving. Yeah, it does happen, but like I said, the average person, they're going to know relationships that just didn't work, whether it's marriages broke up or whether the two just split up. And when it comes to the stats, they count a single parent home, even if it's a co-parenting home. They're going to count the physical home where the child is at. So even if that person spends half the time, takes care of them, pays child support and all that type of stuff, they're still going to count that physical address as a single parent home.
Okay. Okay, welcome, Chaos Rain,
Hello.
to the panel. I'm sorry about that. Not sure who those gentlemen were. That was very odd. That normally doesn't happen, but they're gone. So, gentlemen, continue.
Hey, I just I was in the middle of something. I'm gonna drop back down to listen.
All right, yo, L Nixon, man, salute, fam. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
Good panel, those guys. I'll definitely be in the clouds. I'll definitely be supporting. Hey, CJ, how you doing? All right, guys. And
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You're welcome. You too. Chaos he's the panel resident. He's like family. He come on in. He get to do it. He get to do a little different than everybody else.
I'll try.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
Welcome. Hey, how you doing? These eyes. Hey, Ante, I like the background, man. You got a lot of graphics.
Thank you, dude. I put a lot of time into that. It's real too. It ain't green screen.
No, I mean, yeah, it's real. I can see. I'm not sure after you're gonna change up every, let's say.
I've got green screen. No, I'm not changing that. I put two. This is my actual office. I work in this all day. So
that's what's up. That's what's up. All right. Well, probably next time you go live, I ask what's back and what the symbols mean.
I'll be adding some more prints up there though. I have them on the way.
Okay. Now, regardless to this,
y'all can use deduction and you can see what's missing, and it'll be there soon. If you know what the board looks like.
Okay. Dissection the Manosphere. As you know, me and my other brother that I do content with, he said that this is going to be irrelevant in the next 5 years. I would say maybe less, depending on how YouTube is functioning right now. Personally, I've been watching a lot of content for some time now, and the Manosphere was something that I came across, I think, late 2008, even going hard in 2019. And what I've noticed with these band of brothers, the only weakness I see with them is there's no real sense of direction. Because every year, there's someone trying to do and take what they're doing and trying to revamp it and try to say, what is really the end game? Now, some say they're trying to get men's rights, child support, marriage laws, all these things, which sounds good. But then people ask, are you enacting some where it could be put on paper to start making this a reality instead of talk about it? And, there's no real answer to it. You get me? So, as I concluded, I look at it as, it's like another money grab. The long run, you know what I'm saying? And every year they find ways to create attention. And I cannot buy not someone's hustle, but that's not a winning strategy in the long run.
I have a quick question for you though, Chaos, because you've been in the space longer than I have. Does anybody know what BGS looks like?
There was one picture floating that was doxed by him that it was imaging him what he.
So they had to dox him to find anything. Like he didn't voluntarily.
Yes, I'm not sure it was Grandmaster Troll. I don't know, it was him. Somebody did it. I don't know who it was.
I'm not going to go too deep into it. I mean, okay. I respect BGS and what he's done in the space, but even for the brother earlier that came up here and did that, you want to sit there and regurgitate a man's talking points that can't even stand on his talking points enough to attach his face to them, and you want to talk to me about? Well, I'm done. I'm done. I mean, granted, I'm not even gonna say nothing about it, but nah, don't big that up to me. You can't even. You scared to even attach your face to your talking points. You don't even want people in the world to know you said what you said.
But
that's how much you believe it.
Because they're afraid of being doxxed.
Just like Chaos said, he got doxxed anyway.
I mean, yeah.
True. Okay, there's a question up. We may have missed it earlier from CJ. Would you advise a young black man to participate in the Manosphere in its current state? And gentlemen, what is the current state? I think that's what someone was saying earlier, but they were trolls. So,
yeah. Okay. So, my opinion on that. Okay, I would not advise a young black man to participate in this effery at all.
Young. What age?
Not in the Manosphere, not in the. I'm talking about. It has nothing to do with the number, for the most part, but definitely under the age of 21, or at least under the age of 19. I mean, when you're 18, you can make your own decisions or whatever. You're legally an adult. So, but I wouldn't advise it. I believe you're too easily influenced. I believe if you cannot come into this space and use discernment, be like, look, okay, I can take this. from this, but the rest of it I got to kind of throw away. Like Kevin Samuels, for example. The only thing that resonated with me was when he told men that were in sales, like I am, like, yo, if you're approaching 40 years old and you're still in sales, you may want to transition into consulting. That's what I was able to take from that. All that high value man and all of that other stuff, fit, feminine, friendly, all that. I don't care about that. It don't have nothing to do with me. You know, have nothing to do with me. All right. Or whatever. They got to be what's your dress size scale of 1 to 10 or whatever. Hey, if I want a big chick, I'm going to get with a big chick. If I want a thin chick, I'm going to get with a thin chick. You know what I'm saying? If I want to be with an older chick, I'm going to be with an older chick. I don't give a damn what Kevin Samuels says, and I don't care how much money I make. I make $1 million a year. I'm going to get what I want. So I didn't care about that, but I was still able to take something from that. You know, so I'm like, if you can't use discernment, if you're on here looking for a teacher, then you don't need to be here. But go ahead, Chaos.
Well, you know, I don't know if I could argue with that. I would say for how it works is usually the viewers on YouTube is 13 and up. So, like always, this is for teenagers and adults. So anybody that's around that age that come across a Manosphere channel or video, if you don't have strong influence to really see what you're doing, a lot of young people are going to be misguided anyway. If I were them, I would tell them to avoid it at all costs. But we all know that someone has to be really in the watchful eye for a lot of youths that come across a lot of content, especially when it comes to social media. Because most of the content's been spread mostly on social media first before they get to YouTube on the average, especially TikTok, which is more young people. So obviously you're going to see some Manosphere's contents, words here and there on other platforms before they could find it on a more bigger platform like what we're using right now. So, you know, somebody has to really guide you so that we know what they're watching. And I would personally say they should avoid it. But like I said, you know, unless somebody's guiding these youths, these males, they're going to be led and pulled through direction because they don't understand how the world works, but they just living in it. So that's the best answer I can give it.
I didn't disagree with him at all with that. I just feel like discernment is a big deal. And you have a lot of grown adults, men in their 40s and 50s that are still easily influenced by these people. They think because these people have channels, YouTube channels, and they press the blue button that they're qualified to speak on these topics. And a lot of times they're not. You have people that have never been married, have no children, but yet they're on here talking about the issues with divorce and child support. It's crazy. They're not qualified. Yeah. So, I mean, but they think, oh, well, this guy's got he's got a channel and he's got a bunch of subs. He must know. No. That's not the case. It's like a horrible movie that makes $1 billion at the box office. They're like, it made $1 billion. So does that mean so it must have been a good movie? I'm like, no, it just meant a lot of people paid to go see it. Sometimes you got to pay to see something to realize it's trash.
Yeah. You're right.
Why'd I have to pay to see it to realize it's trash? Because they charge me admission to see it. I'm like, that's it. But I can't have an opinion on it until after I see the movie. I had to pay to see it first. So you count them, oh, well, I got your money, so that means it must have been good. No, it was horrible. No.
So, Dr. AH didn't come back. I invited him to come back. So, back to the conversation that you said that we need to have. Again, I don't want anyone to have a bad taste in their mouth. I think maybe there was a rough start. I'm always prayerful and hopeful that things can be worked out. Again.
No, but Doe, if I can just cut you off for a second, that
Sure.
actually is and Chaos can agree, that is the Black Manosphere. They do not agree on a damn thing. They don't agree on anything for the most part. Every time somebody has a stream or whatever, there's plenty of discourse. That's what I said. It's like the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Like you got hold up, Chaos. Let me finish. Yeah, you got echo. You got your far leftists, you got your Democratic Socialists, you got your moderates, you got all of these people, and around primary time, they are taking each other's heads off. They're slinging all types of mud. And then when the primary's over, they all band together to go against the Republicans. And that's the way the black manosphere is. They sit there and argue with each other until it's time to cuss women out. Now all of a sudden they're on the same team. Right or wrong, Chaos?
You're right. You're right. If you're not agreeing with one accords, you're enemy. There's no really room for thought.
Then how is it a sphere?
Well, I just think like even that exchange that myself and AH had, I think that's healthy. I think it's healthy. I think it's a good case study. I think that's how men are supposed to converse. I believe that was a microcosm for the issues that a lot of us are pissed off about, just like Bunny was up here talking about the boomers as opposed to the Gen X as opposed to the millennials. I've actually had, I wish L. Nixon was up here. We've had conversations with real millennials. I'm talking about 20-somethings that have come into this space and they're like, yo, I can't deal with some of these dudes. And they talking about the guys in their 40s and 50s that have been in this space forever and think they know everything. They're like, yo, I can't deal with these dudes. I came here looking for some guidance. And it's like, y'all are the only ones that actually listen. These guys just want to preach to me like I don't know anything. I'm not a fool. I'm just young. You know, for real. And these guys want to come here and teach. And I'm not talking about him in particular because I don't know him from a can of paint. I'm pretty sure that's not the case, but you have a lot of these either larger content creators that have been around for so long. That's why they built that following. They don't care to transition into, at this point in time, they should be elders, which means they're supposed to be taking on an advisor role. If this is an actual community we're trying to build, the elders supposed to take on an advisor role. They're not supposed to try to be out in front telling everybody what the hell to do. Okay? It's supposed to be the guys in their 20s and 30s that are being groomed for leadership. You know, that are not just being groomed for leadership, that are actually in positions of leadership at this point. You know, but you still have guys that are in their 40s and 50s trying to be in charge, even though they really missed the boat in their 20s and 30s. And instead of just accepting that, they want to sit there, they want to try to reclaim, because this is the only way they can even reclaim any type of youth is by getting on the internet talking noise, because in their real life, it's just them in the house by themselves.
Well, to be honest, that individual does have leadership, former military and former law enforcement. So that exchange was really bizarre to me.
Yeah, and I'm sure as someone in law enforcement, he loves telling black men, especially black men that look younger than him, what to do. I'm sure of that. He loves exercising his authority. Little does he know he has none over me or any damn body else. Okay? Him, his badge, or his military credentials don't mean a damn thing to me. In this arena, he's another man. That's it. So he can respect me as such and everybody else as such and their opinions, or I'm going to tell him the same thing I would tell anybody else, regardless of what their profession and credentials are.
Understood. And I welcomed him back. Again.
No disrespect. I don't know him from anything. That was just a basic disagreement. But I'm just saying, this is a microcosm, and we see it in the space a lot. And you know that there are a lot of people that have been around for a while that just do not want to accept anything new or a conflicting opinion. You saw it in the chat. As soon as I opened up my mouth, there was even you see Empress in the chat where she's like, look, okay, maybe I misjudged you. I listened to you. You do have some positive points. Him, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what I said off rip. I said something he didn't like. There was no conversation. Let me check him. No, you're not checking a damn thing. I'm a grown man with children of my own. Okay, you're not checking a damn thing. Who do you think you are? I owe you nothing. And y'all need to learn that. You ain't running nothing. You missed the boat.
Okay, next question. Panel, it seems you think there should be more emphasis on financial literacy and building wealth. How come? And that comes from CJ. And is this a Manosphere thing, or is it in general?
You want to go, okay? I'll go first. I believe it should definitely be more emphasis on financial literacy. Once financial literacy comes, building wealth just comes with that naturally. So definitely financial literacy.
She said the
I think it should just, I definitely think that financial literacy is one thing, but also I encourage people, and this is what I do as a consultant, is just, I encourage people to just do what you love what you do, and money and stuff like that comes. I don't have to come on here and say, look, this is a trending topic. Let me talk about this because I need money. If I don't want to talk about it, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do what I love and love what I do, and the universe is gonna reward me for it. That's how it's been for my 40 years on this earth. So if that's what works, why would I change it? I'm going to do what I love. Okay? I was always told that if you're doing the right thing, I don't have to follow the spotlight. The spotlight will find me if I'm truly a star. So I think that's what you have. You have a lot of people chasing the spotlight, and because of that, they've lost themselves, in there. But yeah, financial literacy should definitely be talked about more. I think if we talk more about financial literacy, if we talk more about monetizing your gifts, that was another thing that that Kevin Samuels did say that resonated. Nobody really listened to that because, hey, all they heard was him going in on women. But I heard him say over and over again, monetize your passion. Those were his exact words. Am I right, Chaos?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
monetize your passion. But how often do you hear anybody say, Kevin Samuels said, monetize your passion? No, they just talk about how he talked to women. I was like, monetize your passion, monetize your gifts. I mean, that's what I took from it.
And to be honest, I never heard that until just now. Honestly.
They didn't want you to. No, I'm just saying, like, they didn't want you to because that didn't bring the views, that didn't bring the clicks, those things don't go viral. What goes viral is when you tell a woman she's average at best and her feelings are hurt. That goes viral.
But isn't advice like that a part of the Manosphere creed, or is there a creed in the Manosphere? I guess it's a better question.
Well, let's stick to the question that was laid out.
Sure.
Should it be accounts we talked about or things about money in the space? Yes, it's talked about, but is very little emphasis and focus because to a lot of men that do these content, the whole premise is to get men to bait and switch to watch their content. Because in their mind, they feel that majority of black men that watch their stuff already got their ish together. And we all know that's not really true, depending on what age they are. But you see, the talk or dealing with women is always the bait to sucker these dudes in because how our people think and operate, if it's not in regards to getting access to more dick or pussy, they're not going to sit there, focus, or watch the channel with us. Because there are many people that are experts in money, finance, even IT. He knows how to do poker. That's a very unique skill. I would like to understand that. Everybody has
a hobby. It's a hobby.
Yeah, but you can get my.
But I can make money on it. It's a hobby.
It's true. I'm just using that example. But the point is this: that if people were focused on that and just focus only on that alone, as to build off something to get people to watch and learn. When it comes to us, I can't speak for other race, but for us, a lot of people are not going to invest in interest in knowing these things. And I will go even further, double down. One person from Chicago referenced a book to me back in 2015, I believe, or 2016. And I bought the physical book, but I got the PDF as well. If you really want to understand how money works, you must read Modern Money Mechanics. Now, I was going to put in the private chat, but there's no private chat in this studio, so it is what it is. That's a 40-page. It tells you how money is created and used from the Fed side of things. But it still gives a template of how money really works. That just gives you the understanding, besides understanding a more broader perspective of finance. Because you know how money is created from thin air, which is this, that you'll understand the appreciation of how to deal with money. So I'll start from there.
I would agree on that. And just like you said, I would agree with him, with Chaos 100% right there. I just believe, look, if you monetize your gifts, you monetize your passion, you do what you love what you do, you know your worth, you can name your price. I've said it over and over again. You know your worth, you name your price. What's the old saying? if you do what you love and love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. But if you can go back to Empress's question or her comment where I made a statement earlier about the correction or the discipline of the children. Yeah. Okay, yeah. And this is something that hello? Yeah. This is a big deal, and I know I've had women argue with me about this, and I do not care. I'm just like, look, I do not want any woman, including my son's mother, to put her hands on my son under no circumstances. And my son's 17 years old. And I'm like, look, if he fucks up to you, I'm sorry?
I said, quick question. When you say you don't care, and this is just clarification, you don't care what the woman thinks, or you don't care about that, that's the word I'm looking for to make sure that I'm being accurate. You don't care about how some may feel that it's okay as far as the discipline is concerned. You don't care to hear it, or you don't care about the actual behavior.
All right, so so the behavior, my son has a father. I would never ever hit my son out of anger, ever. Now, have I had to knock him down? Yeah, but that was out of discipline, but I would never do it out of anger. I couldn't say the same for his mother or any other woman. That's one thing. All right, number two, once a child turns a certain age, and I think this goes for boys and girls, but especially boys, like I said, it's just a tough situation to put a boy, an adolescent boy, because physically he's not a man, but mentally he thinks he is one. So they're going through a lot of changes. And to have to sit there and take a woman hitting on you that you cannot hit back, you cannot walk away from, you cannot leave, you cannot make them go, leave you. You cannot call the police. You cannot do anything. You just have to sit there and take it. That's abuse. And I've had this conversation with his mother. And it's like, she's like, well, you can do that. I was like, yeah, I can. But believe it or not, if he wants to hit me back or something, if I ever have to raise my hand to him and he wants to defend himself, he can. And I will not try to kill him. If he ever, even if you pop him up his head and he cocks back and tries to do something, what are you going to do? Oh, I'll go up. I don't know what I'll do. I'll say exactly. You would start to react in an emotional way. Okay? If he does that to me, hey, we're going to handle things like, man, I might have to put you, we'll have a fight. You'll just lose it. And that'll be it. I'll give you an ice pack and we'll sit and we'll talk about it. Like men. But that's just a bad situation to put a young boy in. It's very traumatizing. And then they wonder why these boys grow up and they beat up on women or they snap and just lose their minds. That's because it's all that stuff that was bottled up from a woman hitting on them when they were children.
So, to piggyback off of that, what about women who tell men or little boys, don't cry?
When women that tell boys don't cry?
Yes.
I tell boys don't cry. I'm like, catch your tears, wipe them off. So I don't have a problem with that.
So do you think it's wrong if a little boy does cry? Say he had a bad day at school, maybe he was picked on, or things little kids go through.
Mm-hmm. I don't think crying is a bad thing, but I think people need to remind you every now and then, don't cry. Don't cry. You shouldn't cry. That shouldn't get to you. So yeah, when you're crying, it's a natural emotion. I don't think you should ever suppress your emotions, but it's important that you recognize your emotions, you understand them, identify, and you understand your triggers. Understand why you're feeling the way you're feeling. Understand why you're crying. Are you crying because of what somebody said to you, or are you crying because of what they said to you and how everybody else perceived you because of that? What's the real reason? Are you crying because you're embarrassed? Or are you crying because you feel betrayed? Are you crying because they were right? Like they told you something, like, are you ashamed? Like, what are you really crying for? You know?
Okay.
Like it's one thing, well, I'm crying because I feel bad. Well, let's talk about those emotions. I don't want you to suppress them, because if you can recognize your triggers, then you're going to learn positive ways to redirect those emotions.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Both of you gentlemen, CJ has a question. What type of black man should the manosphere be trying to create? Aunt T and then Chaos Reign, please. Thank you, CJ. That's an awesome question.
Now she's great with the question. She's awesome.
Yes, awesome. You're teaching me. Thank you, CJ.
Yeah. And I before I answer that, I want to say that I'm fortunate. Look, I have no girls. I don't have any girls, so I don't know how the hell I would discipline a little girl. I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't know. That's why I always knock on wood. I'm glad, because I don't know. I damn sure wouldn't. I wouldn't want to raise my voice. Damn sure wouldn't want to use my hands. And I know how once a girl becomes a teenager and stuff, like I don't even know how that dynamic would be between the mom and the girl, because those are two women going at it. And I've seen what women will do to each other. It's worse than what men do to each other. So I'm like, I don't know. So I'm like, I knock on wood. I'm like, yo, whatever. I got it right the first time I got bored. that would be tough. Right. But I get what she's saying. Like, she's a daddy's girl. That's how it would be if I had a girl. I'd be like, man, that's dad. And yeah, you know, that would be it. But as far as that question, what type of black man should the manosphere be trying to create? I believe the black manosphere should be trying to create a free and forward thinker, someone that can think on their own without. Man of Tomorrow actually said this today. He said, "Yo, the goal of the manosphere is to create men that don't need the damn manosphere." Did you hear that today, Chaos?
That's something new. I didn't hear this.
I
just heard it today, man. I just heard it today, and that is the absolute truth. Because that's supposed to be the goal of therapy or treatment, to the point where you don't need it anymore.
The problem with that, and if he did announce that in a show today or yesterday, that's gonna be a problem for a lot of dudes that need men just for their daily bread. Unfortunately, why you feel they had to keep revamping the way they are, and you see more and more come in and gather, because this is a sense of therapy for a lot of men. You get me? So how it would make sense that they create, like Mantor said, create an environment where you don't need to be here after a year or two, that you're moving progressively as a man where you should be, or doing the best you can. We don't need this space. If that was the case, a lot of these dudes that have been making content or creating channels the last 8 years will really cease to exist. That's how I look at it.
I would agree. And that's what I mean. I don't know, because I'm not, Manosphere doesn't claim me, and I haven't, you know what I'm saying? I haven't claimed the Manosphere, but I am pretty deep into the algorithm, so I'm in there. So I get that, and I've been on plenty of panels and engaged in plenty of discussions, and I've defended the man. I've went at the Manosphere, people in the Manosphere, for things that they've said, and I've defended the Manosphere over their talking points on certain things. So I just feel like, look, if anybody agrees with anyone all of the time, they're either lying some of the time or they're lying all of the time. I can't agree with any one person all of the time. Mainly because, hell, I change my mind from day to day, month to month, week to week. Like, it's not that I'm flip-flopping. It's just that, hey, sometimes I grow. Sometimes I learn something. I see things from a different perspective than I saw it a year ago or 6 years ago or whatever. No, I'm human. What's up, Faith Factor? But yeah. So, but I think that should really be the goal of the Manosphere, is to create, help to not even create, but cultivate free and forward thinkers, men that are able to think for themselves, men that are able, like, it should be a network. It should be a lot of different things. Almost like the same things that men have had for years, but a lot of people don't know about it because they're not in those societies. Just basic men's clubs, country clubs, stuff like that, where, you know what I'm saying, like, people pay millions of dollars to become members of country clubs, you know? Not because they like playing golf, but because of the other people there and the things that they're going to learn and the connections they're going to make in there and the doors that are going to possibly be open. Just being part of that network. So there's nothing wrong with men networking with each other. That's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be, it should be the exchanging of ideas. It should be a think tank. It should be, You know what I'm saying? It should be a way to strengthen your communication muscles. It should be all of those things. It should be a way to see things from a different perspective. That's the way it should be. It should be a hell of a lot more than just a cash grab. I feel like if you need to be on here to get cash, then you don't belong here. You shouldn't be. If the only reason why you're on YouTube is to make money, then the only thing you should be on YouTube doing is telling me how to make money on YouTube.
Facts. I absolutely agree. CJ says, I heard someone say that the manosphere should be a temporary phase in a man's life.
Mm-hmm. In a second, let's switch my audio here for a second.
Chaos Rain, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Everybody got silent. That's why.
No,
I just switched devices. You guys should be able to hear me now, though.
Okay. Awesome.
I just switched my audio.
Okay, good. And so someone said that the manosphere should be a temporary phase, and then it's like, yeah, it should be, but that's not what it was really designed for. A lot of these dudes depend their daily bread and butter for men to really, wallow.
I mean, look, I think the purpose of the manosphere was to correct exactly what you saw on your channel earlier. The fact that the conflicting opinions of other men offend men. Well, you think differently than I do? That's offensive. That's a problem. That's a problem. Men that do not encourage free forward thinkers in discourse are an issue. They're an issue because that's what keeps us behind. Going along to get along, or believing that there's one way to think about things and see things, and there are no perspectives except what they believe is right. There's a problem there. That means we don't have think tanks, we have echo chambers. That's not healthy.
Can that change?
Absolutely. No.
Now, last question. Can you explain the idea that men should be indifferent to women? Is it good? I mean, I think with men, they always talk about this thing about female nature, but really, a lot of dudes, let's be honest, they capping. You think you understand female nature, but you don't. You get me? And I think every time they have these conversations, they live vicariously, mostly through celebrities. Then they use celebrities as the real world, just like everybody else. So, I think that's the best way I can answer that question.
I mean, I love CJ. CJ, I might have to fire one up and bring CJ over there. I mean, look, I think it's important that you need to be indifferent to women, but you need to be aware of your own woman, if that makes sense. Like all of these other women, if it's not your woman, why are you worried about what these women are doing? Okay? Like you need to be just focused on your thing. And I know, and during the conversation I had the other night on my panel, that was an issue. Like, it's almost like it pierces the skin of some women to hear, like, yo, we don't care what you think. At least not today. And they're like, well, how are you going to be successful with women if you don't care? I was like, believe it or not, I've been successful with women by not caring. The dudes that seem to actually care what you guys think seem to be the guys that get walked the hell all over. Isn't that something? So, I mean, I don't care. I'm too busy doing me, and then y'all just seem to want to be part of what I'm doing. I'm just busy being successful and focused on my dough, making sure I'm looking good, making sure I'm handling my business. You know what I'm saying? I'm just handling things. Just going. And it's usually a woman that hits me up and is like, yo, slow down a little bit, man. What are you doing in your spare time? What are you doing for fun? What are you doing to relax? I'm like, yo, I'm just focused on things. I'm not worried about them. So I think it's, Men need to really just get their stuff together first. Be the best man that you can be and stop looking for validation through women and women to complete you. I think that should be the main, well, not the main, but that should be one of the primary concerns of the manosphere. Instead of complaining about them, handle your own business. And believe it or not, you won't have to complain about them. Because believe it or not, the women that don't qualify, the women that are on the BFF, the black female effery or whatever, the women that don't respect you, they won't want to be anywhere near you if you've got your stuff together. If you're a man that has his stuff together, you've got your money right, you know you do not need a woman to take care of you. You do not need a woman to validate you. But a woman that does not respect you won't want to come anywhere near you. She'll be turned off naturally. Yep, because a woman that doesn't respect a man that's handling his business, chances are she wants a man in a submissive role. She knows you'll never be that. So, you know, she's going to be turned off by you. She may be turned on at first because she wants to change you or flip you. But for the most part, when she realizes she can't, she's going to leave. So you shouldn't have to worry about these things. So I'm like, you guys are complaining about things that I'm like, if you were a whole man, you wouldn't even be dealing with.
So again, does that fall into the high value man?
I don't believe in that term. High value man. I believe some men are just high quality compared to other men, but high value. I mean, I know men that make $1 million a year in their low lives. Yeah. And I know, you know what I'm saying, there are dudes that make, you know what I'm saying, what, 30, 40 grand a year. Not a lot of money, but they're great fathers. You know, their wives and their children respect them, and their family members respect them. And whenever you need anything, you go to them, even if it's just some advice or something like that. They're respected, and they're good people, and they're pillars of the community. It has nothing to do with money.
Okay.
You know? And they don't have YouTube channels. They don't have networks. They don't even have social media accounts. But they're good dudes. And they're the type of dude that every woman says they want.
Okay, well, you said says they want, like, you doubt that.
I say that because they want that until they get that. You know?
Oh.
A lot. They say that until they get that. It's just kind of is what it is.
Chaos.
I like to use this this scenario right here. Like if you ask most women to describe their perfect man, most of them would describe their gay best friend as the perfect man. You know, he's understanding, he never yells, he does all of these things that their gay best friend does. And then they either never get a man that's like that because he's not their gay best friend, or they get a man that's just like that and then wonder what the hell happened when they find out later on he actually was gay. That's where they get that on the down low thing from. Oh, I didn't know. It's like, how did you sleep next to a guy and wake up next to a guy every day for X amount of years and you didn't realize that he was doing that nasty stuff behind your back? I could tell you why you didn't notice, because you were too busy focused on yourself. So that's what I mean. People say they want something and then they really don't. They just want things for the aesthetics. They want somebody to check the boxes, but they don't realize that this person is actually a whole person. They're not a trophy. They're not an object. They're not something that you just possess. They're a whole person. They have thoughts. They have needs. They have wants. You know what I'm saying? They have ambitions. There are things that motivate them. They're a person just like you are. So your wants aren't the only thing that matters. So this is something that I say to men in this space. I say, look, most women, for the most part, don't really, like, they don't really care, you know, about you. And I'm not saying all women. This is not all women. But it's a vast majority of women that could really care less, you know, how you feel, what you want, or what it is that you need. Not because they just really just don't care at all, but because society hasn't wired them to care. Society really hasn't wired men to even care what they want. You know, society has wired men to be focused on the wants and needs of women, first and foremost. You know? So usually when women say, oh, I know what men want, and this and that and everything else, it's like, you know what men want so long as it makes you happy. You know, as long as it makes you happy. And then as soon as he tells you something that he wants that might not be something that you want, you argue with him. You know, so it's okay. And usually when I have this conversation with a lot of women, some are like, okay, now that you put it that way, I do understand, but it's still tough. It's still tough. And I get it. You kind of taught from a young age, you're the princess and the man should be sweeping you off your feet and all of this other stuff.
Yeah.
And, that's it. It's all up to him to make you happy. It's all up to him to make you happy. And just like Empress said in the chat, reciprocity is key. Just like he's supposed to be all of those things for you, a protector, a provider. He's supposed to provide structure, order, knowledge, wisdom, all of those things. There are things you got to provide for him too. And it's more than just your body and your womb and a meal every night. Like, it's just more than that, And every man is different. Every man is different. I mean, what chaos may require of a woman is not what I would require of a woman, because we're two different people, So we're all different. That's why I say, I'm like, you got to understand what's going on with your man. But a lot of women don't really care to understand what's going on with their men. They care about what makes them happy. I know a lot of women that they just got up one day and they'll tell me, like, I'm like, what happened with you and your ex-husband? They're like, oh, he just left one day. He just got pissed off and left. I'm like, how long were y'all married? They're like 5 years, 6 years. I'm like, he just got up and left one day? They're like, yeah, I came home, ice trays out the freezer, gone. Like, he just left. Canceled my credit cards, all that, just left. I'm like, you don't know why? Like, nah, I don't know what happened. It's like, okay, that just proves to me you were not paying attention to that man.
I was about to say there had to have been some red flags, something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and in that case, more than likely, I could say more than likely because I don't know because I wasn't there, but more than likely, there were a lot of signs. He might have tried to tell you what was going on, but you weren't listening. You were so focused on yourself and the aesthetics and how good you felt and everything else that you really didn't see a problem. As long as he wasn't complaining to you, there was no problem. But there were a lot of things going on with this guy. He just one day got sick of it, left. And the dudes are the same thing. They're like, one day she just cheated on me, just up, left, whatever, took the kids and just left. It's like, bro, you don't just do that out of nowhere. No. Like there's something going on with that. So like when you're paying attention to the person you're with, you're gonna notice those things. You're gonna ask a question here and there. It doesn't happen out of nowhere. But just like Empress said, like it's selfish, and for the most part, most people are selfish. This goes for men and women. So I'm not just on the fence. I'm not just trying to play both sides. This is not a gender specific thing. This is a people thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the way our brains are wired. Most of us. It's just unfortunately, you know what I'm saying, we've been groomed with propaganda since we were children that like they thought it was okay to show us Disney movies and all of that other stuff. So we just always saw the men or the males in the Disney movies and the cartoons and everything giving women whatever they wanted. They always rescue the damsel in distress. Mm-hmm. Like that's what we were raised to see. So we're kind of wired to see that.
Empress said, man, you got me shouting. Chaos, did you want to chime in? Because my next question is going to be, do you see this as being, meaning this manosphere, a trend right now that will eventually plummet? Or do you think it's going to be around for a bit until it's milked as much as it can be milked? Because
this is going to grow huge. Go. I mean, well, before you go, Chaos, this is going to grow huge. All right. Really? As people are becoming more dependent on their smartphones, technology, and just getting into these online forums, that's it. The communication breakdown is going to be so bad, but people are going to be so needy for companionship, some kind of interaction with different people that they're going to be attracted to this space. And men that are seeing things on TV or they're seeing things on social media and they're hearing about all of this stuff that's not real. And they're like, damn, why can't I have this? They will be finding their way into this space. You're going to see more of the women's channels blowing up and getting huge. You're going to see more of the male channels growing huge. You're going to see more of the co-ed spaces getting huge because at some point, this is the only place I'm not going to say it's the only place, but it's going to be one of the few ways that people are going to be able to interact with each other.
All right, let me see if I can answer this question. You said the future of space in a couple years. That's the question, you guys?
Yes. Do you see it? Do you see it right now as being a trend, or do you see in a few years or a couple of years it's going to plummet? Aunt T said it's going to get huge, and I'm going to ask something when you complete your thought. And thank you so much, gentlemen.
I think I answered this question when I came on this panel earlier. That my friend said that he gives the space 5 more years, and it's going to be irrelevant. Now, I've talked to one particular brother that been following and putting a lot of content and does respect the space. He said that it's only thing in the future where it stays is only going to grow, where there's going to be more young people that's approaching mid-20s going to be doing content on red pill content, talking points, and they're going to keep pushing the message. Now, I can't predict the future, because as you know, certain women say they're trying to get rid of these red pill talking points, get rid of these so-called Manspheres because they're a threat to society, all this, which is all good. But the problem is, once you start making money, corporations are not in the business just removing anything that's a cash cow. No matter if the divestors start to grow, or even these same red pill, blue pill, black pill talking points or Manosphere content are out here. If it's making their money, they're gonna keep around because always for the best interests, corporate interests. That's why when I look at people say they're gonna sign petitions trying to get rid of things, and we forgot that this is not the 50s. The only way if you want really successfully get rid of something, you starve it to death. That means you do not support it, you do not give it eyeballs, hell, you do not share the content, and you don't throw money into it. That's like any business, especially black business. And I work with black business before, you get me? And I notice the hard work and the stress to get people to support the business. And I see even during the pandemic where a lot of business got shut down, we know most of the black business that were established were gone now in a matter of 2 years. And the reason why that is because people were not no longer supporting it. So if you really want to see it no longer exist, if we want to go there, you're going to have to disengage completely. Now, that's going to be a hard challenge because you know human psychology. People love chaos. They love fuckery. As long as it's giving them the right attention, they're always going to give their time and energy knowing that it's no good in the long run. So they say. So that's the only solution I say if you want to get rid of something. Besides that, I mean, like I said, I'm going to go by what my friend said that it might not be around for another 5 years, but like I said, I talked to 2 different people, and I got to sit back and see if it will be true or not. All I know is this: if you really want it to go away, you got to disengage completely, and that's going to be a challenge for anybody. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't want it to go away. I would prefer that I would just prefer that there be a clear-cut just mission statement or something. But I'm okay with it. I think it's a good forum. I think it's just just like who was that? Empress said it earlier. Somebody said they like you to thrive in chaos. I'm one of them people. I just believe in that. I believe the strong survive, the wise will prosper. It's just kind of the world we live in. You know, the strong will survive, the wise will prosper. I have no problem, putting everybody in a, in a forum and kind of just letting the cream rise to the top, because that's just what's going to happen. You can't stop the sun from shining, So
No, you can't. So you mentioned that this manosphere is, you all argue or you have debates. Well, I don't think that exchange earlier was a debate. It could have been, but I think it started off wrong, and I was hoping it got back to the middle, which it did not. So I apologize to both of you for that. But again,
no need.
Empress mentioned earlier, generations. Do you see that continuing to happen, or as you say, in your opinion, grows, that this will change, where this bonding and a space for you all to communicate, dialogue?
I'll go this far.
Sure.
And this is just my opinion. And I'm pretty sure the brother's going to have some pushback when he hears the replay, and maybe some other people will have the pushback. But I believe this is going to happen. It's necessary. It's going to be necessary that men, especially men, and I think women are going to have to do this on the women's side, but it's not my place to tell them that. They're going to have their spiritual awakening as women.
Okay.
But on the men's side, some of these dudes, 30, 35, or some of them even 25 years old, whatever, they're going to have to tell these dudes that are 10, 15, 20 years older than them, that have been subordinates all their lives and are itching for a position of authority because they've never had one. They're going to have to tell them, you know what, sit the hell down. You've missed your time. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a spectator now.
You don't think that's a little bit cold?
I know it's cold, but it's necessary. I know it's cold because at the end of the day, I'm not going to let someone that has not made a single stream, video, short, or anything tell me what it is to make content. Okay? it just doesn't make sense. So I understand. Like I've done that. I've been in this situation before. I've worked in corporate America. I've dealt with the police. Okay? I've dealt with them. Have no felonies, no convictions, none of that. Okay? I'm just saying I know what it is. And most of these people will tell you, just like Bayou Bunny said up here, it was that generation that kind of failed us, and it's hurting them that their position of authority, we don't respect them like they respected their elders. Okay, they just listen to what they were told. Okay, and that's cool. That's cool. But no, we don't. Like you. I get it. You grew up in them days when it was like, look, we respect the police. I grew up in them days when it was F the police. Okay, F them.
But unfortunately, some people still hold on to that sentiment you just said. I'm sorry, you can continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I think the exchange is good because it's just necessary. And at some point, those guys are going to have to just understand where the younger generation is coming from. I've talked to myself, L. Nixon, and I know even Chaos because he's always in the clouds. He's heard it. We've had to talk to 22-year-old dudes in the space that are literally up there doing their own streams in tears. Like, yo, what's up with these old dudes? Trying to tell me I don't know anything. Trying to tell me I don't see anything. These dudes are the crazy ones. Like, I'm listening to them and they telling me crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. I can't put my finger on it. It just doesn't sound right. And I'm like, believe it or not, you got more maturity than the dude twice your age. You know, because you know it's not right. So instead of just telling these dudes they wrong, you up here asking questions. Like you're asking questions and you just reaching out, trying to get somebody to give you another perspective or an elder's perspective. Like I said, my job as an elder is not to tell you how to think. My job is to encourage you to think for yourself. Just think for yourself. That's it. You should be able to use discernment. You should be able to come to your own conclusions. And I should be able to respect your opinion as a man. That's what I'm saying. That's what it is to take on your advisor role. It's not about me telling you how to lead. It's about me encouraging you to lead. You know, do it your way. Make your own mistakes. If you're making a mistake because you're doing it the way, not necessarily the way that I did it, that's fine. You'll learn from it. And I'm pretty sure the generation that comes after you is going to learn from your mistakes, but then they're going to make their own too. Allow the younger generation to make their mistakes. Now, us as black folks, especially black men, that's a problem that we have all the way from business to the church to just pretty much on every level. Nobody wants to get out of that. That's one of the reasons why you have a guy might have a landscaping business or a tax company. You know what I'm saying? One guy, one owner, one employee, nothing. The businesses don't get any bigger. Because number one, the guy's like, oh, why should I hire anybody? I need all this money myself. I can do all this stuff myself. You know? And then other dudes like, hey, man, I don't want to work for that guy, whatever. I can't stand him. You know? I can't stand him. Nobody, like the apprenticeship is something that we don't have anymore. You know what I'm saying? The church, you got the pastor that sits up there on top until he dies. He doesn't groom another young guy to come up and be that young charismatic figure. You know? Other demographics have no problem doing it. When their men turn 25 years old, that's it. They put them in charge and they just sit back and give a little advice from the clouds, from the shadows. That's it. They don't mind being the king maker. But that's the problem is black folks. Everybody wants to be the king. Nobody wants to be the king maker. So I think that's what it is for us to transition into eldership. You know, we need to embrace that transition instead of trying to run from it. And that's the problem. You have too many 50 and 60-year-old dudes that are like, damn, I was a loser in high school and all through college. Okay, I spent my whole life taking orders for the county, the state, or the United States government. Never achieved my full potential. Okay, so now I'm just going to tell everybody else that's younger than me that they need to be a subordinate because that's all I was all my life. But believe it or not everybody wants to take your path. And we don't have to. No,
So
we can actually write our own path because we don't like the situation you left us in. We don't like the situation that your elders left you in. We don't like the situation that their elders left them in. So if we want any change, we got to make that change now.
So
and we're going to start by not listening to y'all.
So with that, to be fair, are you saying, or am I hearing it the way that it shouldn't be received, that no elders should be offering guidance or wisdom to anyone younger?
Incorrect. That should be what they're offering.
Okay.
Guidance and wisdom are not. These guys are trying to give orders.
Okay,
they're challenging opinions. An elder and advisor, they don't come and tell someone this is how you should think. They come to someone and they say, what do you think? All right? And then they answer that question, and then it's like, okay, funny you say that, because you do understand that this leads to this and this leads to that. So you can go in door A, and this is likely your result, or you can go in door B, and this is likely your result. What do you think about that? Are you willing to go with those consequences? That's what guidance is all about. You know? You don't tell somebody what direction to take. You just let them know what's around the corner of that direction. All right? You let them know what they're in for because you've been there before. You know? That's it. But you don't tell them where they have to go or where they should go. You let them make those decisions for themselves. Just like you are allowed to make your own mistakes. You know? But I've heard this when I have this conversation with a lot of men in the space. They say, well, this youth is not, they're not smart enough. They don't know their butts from, you know what I'm saying, and from their elbows. They don't know anything. They're not in a position to lead. They need to be taking our orders. It's like, look, man, you missed your boat. They're going to make mistakes. They'll be fine. They'll learn from those mistakes, just like the rest of us had to learn from ours. It'll be okay. But, embrace your role. Like, as an elder, you should be embracing your role as an advisor. You know? But you damn sure shouldn't come up to me and tell me that some dude's teachings on here are so, and hey, I got a lot of respect for what the guy's done on YouTube, but other than that, I can care less. But you telling me that a man that, number one, won't even associate his face with his talking points, okay? And number two, came on a live stream not even 2 weeks ago and said we need to let a Caucasian 26-year-old woman speak for black men? I'm done.
Chaos, would you like to chime in on that?
I don't know if you want to run that question to me again, Dust, but run to me. I think I hear. Run it to me again. Run the question to me.
I was asking if Aunt T thought that elders or some elders should be grandfathered out, and are they looked upon as those that should be offering guidance and wisdom? Aunt T said yes, and I see what he's saying, that yes, they should be offering guidance and wisdom and not orders.
Well, I'm gonna be controversial.
Okay, let me mute my mic, gentlemen. Go ahead. I said I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead, gentlemen.
A lot of elders that said that elders around here should not be elders guiding anybody, period, from what I'm here. I'd rather deal with some person that has some actual proof and it's out there that we could actually tangibly see, especially over the age of 50, personally. Especially those that's trying to give advice about, marriage. And if you find that most of them they haven't never been married, personally, they have kids. Maybe they can probably talk about kids, but in regards to the other stuff about holding on an actual relationship and going as far as contractually and making it work, I only could take so much and spit out the bone. People that's older than a lot of us to take seriously. And there's very few people I could probably name right now that is over 50 that is considered elder age or around that I respect in the sector. Personally, So that's my simple and short answer to that question.
You gave an example. Hey there, T Black, how are you? You gave an example or a talking point about men that have not been married should not be giving marriage advice. So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
A man that's been married 5 times,
okay,
do you think they should be giving marriage advice?
Answer yes. And here's why.
Okay.
Because he has taken the greatest risk, especially in this Western hemisphere we call America, to not only get married once but multiple times. And depending on how lengthy the marriage are, hopefully they're more than 5 years, maybe, or maybe less than that. Which really, if you get married more than 5 times, I tell you those marriages like not lasting. I would say at average they probably last maybe 5 years or less. That you have to learn from your mistakes. And sometimes if you're falling your ass more than once, is a problem. But I'll still respect it because you see the value of not just shacking up as a man. So yeah, I won't mind listening to taking advice to that person that's married more than 1 times. And this goes across if a woman got married and then she got divorced, she got married again, I would listen to her too. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Chaos there. I think somebody been married 4 times could tell you a lot. They could tell you what breaks marriages because they done had, or you've been married 5 times. You're on your 5th marriage. Hey, you don't have 4 failed marriages, so you know what causes marriages to fail. So you can tell me what not to do.
5 times. He's one of my sponsors. He has a book, Memoirs of the Marrying Man, and one of the questions posed to him was, "Do you think that you should be giving marriage advice?" And he said absolutely yes, because of the times he's been married and everything that he's experienced and knowing what to do and what not to do. So I just wanted to throw that out there. What you thought about that?
Well, everybody likes comic book movies. There was a scene in that movie, what was it, Infinity War or whatever, when Loki's like, hey, I got experience on Earth, and Thanos is like, if you consider failure experience, Loki say, hey, I consider experience.
Welcome to
I failed, but it's experience.
Yes.
No, y'all don't even have failure as experience. You have none. So it's more than you. Yeah, I failed, but at least I did it. So now I've been married twice, and hey, I can tell you, I can tell you what doesn't work. I can tell you, I've kind of analyzed what caused it to not work, what caused marriages to not work. So I can tell you what I would recommend, but I wouldn't say it's the all to end all. But definitely, if you know anybody that's in a successful marriage or relationship, definitely get the advice from them. But yeah, I don't think someone that just because they've had 4 or 5 failed marriages means no. I think they can tell you a lot.
Okay. T Black, welcome. And he says, as an elder, I agree with Aunt T.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, he understands what it is. That's what an elder is going to understand. Like an elder would understand that, because that's what eldership is. It's not about trying to be in charge. It's really not. But you have a lot of these people, I'm just being honest, they were nothing. These are guys that did not make the basketball team in high school. Okay? They didn't make the basketball team. They went to the prom with their cousin or their sister. Okay? A lot of them have never been married, have no children, have no legacy, have no bloodline. You know what I'm saying? If they were to perish tomorrow, there is nothing left in the world to say they were here. Okay? If they were to go, everything is left in probate. There's nobody to leave it to. But yet they're supposed to sit here and give me the advice on everything. No. You missed your boat. That's it. Yeah, if you want to give people your recollections of your experiences and everything else, it's cool. They can take it. But stop trying to call the shots. Because I believe they're creating more problems than not. And it's not even because they don't know what they're talking about, but they understand how the world was 25, 30, 40 years ago. Unfortunately, it's just not like that anymore. No? And I get it. For those, there are a lot of dudes, and I'm going to just primarily speak for dudes, but there are a lot of dudes that they don't know what it is to tell a policeman or some military general or colonel, you know what, go F yourself, you don't know what you're talking about. They don't know. Because they were always taught, hey, respect your superiors. Well, you know what? I'm a 40-year-old man. I have no superiors. A 40-year-old man that pays his own damn bills, have a child of his own. I have no superiors. And I don't care what title the United States government or some college or the police department gave you. Me and you, we here. So you can either respect that or that's it. You're going to be met with the same energy and vitriol you just came at me with.
Basically, you're saying it's a matter of respect across the board.
Like I say, it's always reciprocated energy. It just is. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I just like with women, like, look, if I come in, just like you said, if I come here and look, I can just talk like this. I might not mean any disrespect, but if I start calling you the B word and the H word and all of that other stuff, you're going to feel disrespected. Absolutely. And if you don't kick me off, you're probably going to talk to me in a different tone, a different infraction, and chances are we're going to start arguing. You know, just because of that tone and that rhetoric. So that's just the way it is. Or if I just come up here and I'm just challenging everything that you say, I'm not asking you to try to get any context or clarity. You know what I'm saying? I'm just coming to have a challenge. Trust me, I know red pill rage when I hear it. Okay? I know it when I hear it. So I heard that right there. You know what I'm saying? It's people that are so used to being in echo chambers, and not having discourse. You know, that as soon as they hear a conflicting opinion, they just want to jump on it and tell them how that's wrong. It's not an incorrect opinion. It's an opinion. Opinions can't be wrong. I didn't know opinions can be wrong. I didn't know that. But you still have people in these spaces that'll literally tell you your opinion is wrong because they don't agree with it. I thought opinions couldn't be proven to be true or false. Facts can be proven to be true and false, but not opinions. So how the hell is somebody going to come up here and tell me my opinion is wrong?
Again, I apologize for...
No, don't. It's perfect. It's beautiful because that's why I say that's why there are these spaces. Don't apologize. I love it. That's why we have panels. That's why you're able to have more than one person up here. We're supposed to be able to exchange that. I love that as an example of why we have these spaces and why a lot of men are having their issues. That's what I'm saying. The issues that these men are discussing, I believe, are really not the issue. The issues ain't women. The issues are not how they dealing with women. The issues are how they deal with each other. If these men understood how to converse with other men, they would be better men. And then the women would respect them. But the issue is that a lot of these dudes don't realize that women that like men really don't like being in lesbian relationships. And the fact of the matter is y'all act like more of the B word than the woman is. So they lose respect for you. That's really what it is.
So when you all are on these panels where it's just men and women listening in, does that ever seep through to the men that are combative? Or as you say, or as you alluded to, are giving orders as opposed to guidance and wisdom?
Okay, so the panels that there are no women in, it's definitely not healthy to do that all of the time. I believe, like, I only know of 2 channels like that, that charge a panel fee for the women. The women are still able to converse in the chat box and everything, but they do not have wrenches. The only people that have wrenches are men. So for whatever reason, if a man just wants to time out a woman, he's able to, for whatever reason. If you want to hide her, you can't. That's it. Can't hit the panel. Basically, the opinions of a woman just don't hold weight in this space. My channel is not a channel like that. I welcome the opinions of both men and women. I don't think a man's opinion is worth any more than a woman's opinion. I really don't. So that's it. Anybody who wants to click that link, as long as you're respectful to the channel, say what's on your mind. It's okay. But I do think that it's necessary for both men and women to have those spaces where, like, women need that space where, look, it doesn't matter what a man thinks. It doesn't matter what he has to say. You know what I'm saying? If you pissed off, you want to say dudes ain't a damn thing. If you want to say, look, I want me some rod tonight or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You should be able to say that, and you shouldn't have to deal with no dudes calling you a 304 for it. At least not today. Not for this 1 or 2 specific hours when it's just you and the ladies around talking. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should have that time to do that. Because let's keep it real. Y'all do that. Not you particular though, but you know what I'm saying? Women do that. Like y'all get around with each other around the table or at the salon or at the office with your coworkers or whatever. And these are the conversations you have. You know what I'm saying? So y'all should be able to have those without having to worry about some dude judging you or making you feel bad about it. You know? Now, and the same thing goes with dudes. Like, I get it. Like, that term, you know what I'm saying? The B word, you know what I'm saying? The H word, whatever. That offends a lot of women. But when we're dudes and we just talking to each other about women or about whatever, that's the way we talk to each other. So we shouldn't have to walk on eggshells just because women are listening in all of the time. Or because women have decided to enter into this conversation. Maybe women don't belong in this conversation, this one right here. You know, we should be able to just say that and just talk to each other and just laugh about it and joke about it or whatever. We should be able to sit there and argue, raise our voices at each other, and then, hey, it's all cool afterwards. Without the way, oh, this is making me feel uncomfortable, the loud voices and all of that. No, hey, look, this is just the way we as men talk to each other. So if you don't feel comfortable, hey, just sit on the sidelines, pay attention. Look at how we handle it. It's just like this right here. Like, I'm not allowed to call a woman a B or a 304. Like, I'm not able to call you the, you know what I'm saying, the B or the 304, right? It makes you feel bad. But how many times do you hear women calling each other Bs and 304s? Often.
Every single day.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are some women that if a woman calls them that, they will be offended. But most women aren't as offended when another woman says that to them as they would be when a man says that to them. Am I right?
Honestly, I disagree.
I'm saying most. I'm not you in particular. I'm just saying most. Because I'm just saying I hear women saying that jokingly with each other. But rarely is a man ever to just jokingly call you the B word. You know what I'm saying? Or another woman the B word. You know?
I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. So that's my point. Now, with men, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Like, we can amongst each other, we don't take offense to calling women the B's and the H word, but we will really take offense to it if a dude calls another, like if a dude calls me the B word. That's a fighting word right there. Like now we got issues. You call me a what? You know what I'm saying? You can call her that and I ain't tripping, but you can't call me that. Who the hell you think you're talking to? You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's different amongst us. Like, y'all can call each other the B word and it's all gravy, but if somebody outside can't do it. With us, it's the opposite, you know?
And that's
we can call somebody outside the B word, but we ain't gonna call each other that. And that's just mutual respect amongst men. And for the most part, men know that. Like, you don't call another man that B word unless you're ready to fight.
Well, we've been seeing that a lot online. And welcome, T Black. T Black.
Oh, what up, T Black?
What's going on, T? How you doing, Doe Eyes?
Chilling. Quick question, T Black. Have I ever been on a panel with you before, bro? I think I have.
I was watching The Purge for a while, and
okay,
I'm part of the black sector, so I've been around for a minute.
Okay,
I started off.
Shout out to you, fam.
Appreciate it. I started off over with Tommy Sotomayor a few years ago as well. So I've been watching and following this whole process from the very beginning. And I almost became one of these dudes, one of these MGTOW Manosphere dudes a long time ago. And I had to catch myself, because what you just said a few minutes ago, it's not the women, it's the men. And I had to catch myself and check myself and say, well, if it's happening over and over again and I'm having issues with women, what do I need to do different? Instead of blaming them, instead of putting women down, I had to look at myself, and I had to change things about myself, and it's been different ever since. But that's what these dudes are missing, is they're too busy pointing the finger at women instead of looking at themselves to see what they can do differently. And it's turned into an echo chamber of negativity, and now we have this gender war that is really out of control on both sides, because neither side is speaking to each other. They're just venting, and they're venting their anger basically at themselves, but they're taking it out on the other side. So it's a huge issue, but it's dealing with the individuals. It's not so much the people that they're directing their anger at. So that's why a lot of these manosphere type environments and MGTOW environments, a lot of these dudes are really insecure. They're really angry, and they're primarily angry at themselves for their not being able to communicate with women, their failures with women that they've had relationships that didn't work, or they just didn't have any, they don't have any interaction with women at all, and so they lash out at them. And it's really not the women, especially in a male-dominated society. You can't blame the women all the time. You have to focus on us as men. What are we not doing that we're supposed to be doing? So, especially if you look at the Black community, if the Black community is broken the way it is, the Black family is broken, and it's been broken primarily because the man has left the home and not built family structures and not marrying the women that they're getting pregnant, then we have to look at ourselves as the root of the issue. And it's not so much something that we have to look down on ourselves about. We just have to fix it. You have to look at the root of the problem, accept that you have something to do with it instead of projecting and deflecting, and accept the fact and responsibility of being that leader that you say you are, and lead, and do what it takes to be that leader.
Yeah. If I could just add to that, because you just hit the nail right on the head, but I'm like, you got to be able to lead. And this is something that a lot of the dudes in this space don't understand. Like, you got to be willing to lead, even if nobody's going to follow you. Like, even if nobody is going to follow you. You know, that's right. I coined this term. I was like, yo, they're like, well, what if the women don't follow? I was like, look, man, you can fall in line or you can fall behind. Makes me no difference. I'm on my way here. So I'm on my way here, whether you come with me or not. So when you're talking about having the respect, I would assume that a woman will respect a man that got his own sense of direction and knows where he's going, and she's going to be willing to go with him on that journey. You know, it doesn't mean that every woman you come in contact. That's why I don't like the submission term when you're talking to random strangers on the internet. Like, nah, every woman's not going to follow you. Oh, well, these women don't respect. There are some women that you could be that high value man. You could have all that money. You could have that job. You could treat her with all the utmost respect, and she still won't respect you. That is what it is. So what are you going to do? I believe as Black men, we got to understand that we're in the position that we're in as a whole, as a collective, not even because of what women have done, but because of what the hell we put up with. So, you know, if you don't waste time dealing with garbage or the wrong woman, maybe that's why the right woman couldn't come in your life. You know, you were spending all of your time with the wrong woman.
That's a good point.
So we all make that mistake. We done all had relationships with people that we probably shouldn't have had relationships with. But yo, why the hell it take you 34 notes to name that tune? You should have been able to name that tune in 3 notes and got the hell up out of there. You know, like, just like Doe said earlier, like, you ain't see the red flags, or you saw the red flags and you tried to turn the red flags into blue flags. Is that what you tried to do? You know, like, what's up? You know, or you just tried to ignore them. I don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and blame women for my current predicament or situation, because, you know, it's really up to me where I end up. You know, and as men, I'm like, you give all your power to, like, you give all the power to women. Like, They really got that much control over you? And they're like, but the government, I'm like, the government got that much control over you? Like, but child support, I'm like, the judge got that much control? Like, damn, you don't control a damn thing, do you?
Right.
No wonder they don't respect you. I don't respect you. You're a loser.
That's right. We don't own anything. As black men in this country, it's 2023. We still don't own anything. We're talking about providing. What are we providing? We don't own anything to produce, to provide for the women in our lives. So we can't say we're providers and protectors. You can't provide anything because you don't manufacture anything. You don't own anything. You don't own your neighborhoods. We don't own anything that we have that we use, but we are expecting women to respect us and to follow us. They're not going to follow us if everything they have to get from somebody outside of their own. So if we don't produce anything on our own, we don't build the homes that they live in. We don't build and create the cars and manufacture the cars that they drive, the clothes that they wear. We don't make and produce anything. So who are we to demand respect from anybody when we don't respect ourselves enough to control our own destinies? And then another point that you made earlier, to expound on that, is if we don't set any standards, which a lot of men don't set any standards. They just say, well, I'm just going to go and I'm going to, randomly just, I'm going to smash and dash. If we do too much smash and dash, we're not making any families. So you have no responsibility. You just accept any type of woman, and then she has standards for you, but then you complain that she's got standards and you do all that you need to do to meet her standards because you, like you said, the women run you. So you let them run you. You let them give you the standards, but then you have no standard. Women want attention. They want. To be honest, I don't even really focus on what they want because, like you said, also, I'm trying to do what I need to do, and then they will follow if I'm doing my thing. That's the bottom line.
I'll go a step further, T Black, and I know Doe wanted to say something. I'm like, I know what women want because I look at it in the mirror every day. Leave it at that. I just leave it at that. And I know chicks be like, yo, that's arrogant, but whatever. That's just the way it is. You want what stares at me in the mirror every damn day. A dude that's handling his business on top of his game and really ain't worried about all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Handsome as I don't know what, all of that cool stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you disagree, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. So it is what it is. But I refuse to have that conversation every day with dudes about because there's been so many panels that I had to run up on, and I'm like, yo, why does the conversation always shift to what women want? Like, At some point, you really can't be concerned with it because even women will tell you they don't know what they want. They don't know. They're whimsical and their minds change. Like, one day they want short hair, the next day they want long hair. Like, you know what I'm saying? One minute she wants this, next minute she wants this. Like, you ask a woman what she wants to do tonight, and she's kind of turned off. You tell her what the hell we doing tonight, and she likes that a little bit more. Like, that's it. Get ready. We're going out. Ain't none of that. Do you want to go out? Hey, get ready. I'm picking you up at 7:30. Be ready. Wear something tight. Or wear something comfortable, whatever. But I don't think that means disrespect women. Like I say, when I say I came in to address a war on masculinity, it wasn't a war against women and it wasn't a war against feminism. Because I'm like, if you're a man and you're doing your thing, you shouldn't worry about feminism. Feminism is supposed to be women's fight for equality. If you really think women can actually fight to be equal to you as a man, hey, you lost already, bro. They can fight all they want. They can't be. They can't be. Like, there's like no two things in this world are equal. There are things that they can do that we can't do. There are things that we can do that they can't do. We're not equal. We're just like that symbol on your avatar. We're yin and yang. They just fit together. They're different, but they fit in that circle perfect.
Right, and they need each other to complement each other.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it should be. But we have too many women trying to be the dude, and you got too many dudes trying to be the woman. So it's all messed up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's fighting.
Yeah, and I think the imbalance happened when, at least in the black community, the imbalance happened when we decided, well, we just want to smash and dash. We're not interested in making families anymore. We just want to do what we want to do, and we'll engage in the act that produces children. But we don't want to have anything to do with those kids, and we don't want to have anything to do with that mother. and we want to blame them. But it isn't about that. We have to, if we're going to get in that situation, when you decide to lay down with a woman, you know that's what it is. That's what the whole purpose of that act is for reproduction. So, but at the same time,
please leave that comment on the screen because I'm going to address it. Go ahead.
At the same time, whether or not sex happens, and a lot of women, even my mother, she didn't like this point, but at the same time, sex is primarily under the responsibility of a woman, whether it happens or not. So if a woman has sex with a man, it's not up to us, it's up to her. If we do it and she doesn't want it, then it's rape. I'm sorry, it's great. We don't want to use that word on these panels. So if we do it and we do it because we want to do it and she didn't want it, then it's wrong. But the only way that sex can happen is if a woman allows it. The only way a baby can be born is if a woman allows it. So as far as that is concerned, we don't necessarily have any control of that. But once that happens and we decided that we wanted to do that, we need to do something and take care of that. We need to be responsible.
See, this is funny right here. We can't be men, but we can be equal to men in value. Unfortunately, no, you cannot, the same way a man cannot be equal to you in value. Okay? It's separate but equal. There are things that you can do that we can't do. It's like this, for example. Okay? If I said I'm going to give you $35,000 in real money, cash money, you say, yeah, I'll take it. But you're assuming that I'm going to give you like 350 $100 bills. Right? What if I said, no, I'm going to drop off 3.5 million pennies on your front lawn? Is that equal? Is it the same damn thing? That would be some annoying crap if I dropped a ton of pennies on your lawn. Huh?
Of course not. But isn't that semantics in a way?
But they're worth the same thing. They're equal in value. Why don't you want like 2,000 pounds worth of pennies on your lawn?
All right, Auntie, you got it.
That's what I'm saying. No, you would prefer 350 $100 bills, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Who wants to be?
But they're equal in value. Why does it even matter? They're equal in value. Why does it even matter?
It's too much work.
Because they're not exactly. That's my point.
I said
it's a lot. It's a lot of work
to
try to do what a man does when you're a woman.
No,
it's a lot of work.
With the pennies. You're not going
at the same time.
Listen, I'm good with the analogies, but that's just. I'm just saying they're equal in value, but they're not the same. Like just like you said, one's just harder than the other. That's what I'm saying. Like, look, my role as a father is just as important as your role as a mother. But damn it, to bear a child is more painful on you and your body than it is on me to make that child and bring that child into this world. Physically. It just is. We're just as important in raising and cultivating that child and bringing it. And we had the same part in creating this life. But as far as bringing the child into the world, it takes more of a toll on your body. Okay?
Absolutely.
And your psyche and your hormones and everything else. So we're not equal in that instance.
Right. So again, as a couple of people mentioned earlier, then why is there so much, not from every man, but a lot of men blaming women for so many things?
I'm sorry. A lot of it, I think, is
that we have this population of men that continues to blame women for so many things, for so many downfalls.
Because, like I said earlier, they're projecting their anger onto women. It's not the women's fault. They are refusing to look at themselves. So, like, they try to say women don't hold each other accountable. They are refusing to hold each other and themselves accountable. So they projected the things that they are lacking, and they want to look at the women instead of looking inward and saying, well, what do I need to do different? Yes, women have some things that they need to work on, but as men, that's not our issue. That's not our focus. We need to focus on us. And if we focus on us, everything else works itself out. The women will take, like you said about the equality, we're separate but equal, because we have two separate roles. When each side is doing their job, everything works right. That's how you get things to be balanced. Like the symbol in my avatar, the yin and yang. You have one color, you have another color, and then you have each color within that color. That's what makes balance. And also in that symbol, it's usually spinning, which means it changes from one side to the other. One is positive, one is negative. You need both to have balance. It's just like with men and women. Men and women are yin and yang. It's not so much a positive and a negative. It's two different energies, both together form a balance. So if men are projecting their anger onto women, it's because they aren't balancing. They're not balanced themselves, and they want to have a woman, but they're not worthy of the woman yet. They need to get themselves together before they can add a woman into their life. Then once they get themselves together, then they will be worthy of that woman, but they need to focus on themselves. And the women will be there. There's no shortage of women. Women will be there. They need to focus on themselves. And like Aunt T said, focus on yourself, do your thing. Don't worry about what they want. They want you to have your stuff together, and then they will follow and come to you. And not so much wait after you've gotten yourself established. They'll come to you while you're on your grind, but you got to be grinding.
That's it. And there are some women that won't even go through that journey with you, and it's okay. And that's the thing that a lot of them dudes in that space don't want to admit. It's just like, look, the woman that you want ain't the woman for you. Just accept that. You know, you're on your way up. You're on your way up. And the woman that you want right now wants a man that's already there. You're not there yet. So it's just not your time to be with this woman right now. Don't even worry about a woman. Get to where you got to go. And what you deserve in life will come to you. Naturally, you're not gonna have to look for it. It'll find you. You know what I'm saying? Because when you got your stuff together and everything, when there's nothing else that she has to want for or go look for, any of that other stuff, the only thing she's gonna be concerned with is making you happy because you provided. That's where that submission would come from. It comes naturally. You don't have to demand it. You know?
But
I would assume.
You see, and I'm about to jump down it. It's like this. A lot of dudes feel that they're entitled to every girl in the world, including the sisters.
But
that they
hold up, Chaos. So I want to just give my own disclaimer on that. That does not mean every woman will do that, but a woman that's got her head on straight will. You know, because go ahead though.
Yeah. So, like I said, if she's not really down with you, it's like this. There's more women than men, so you gotta pick one at the end of the day. I think a lot of dudes, I don't know if they operate in a scarcity mindset, but when I hear them rhetoric, it seems like there's like a scarcity mindset. Like overall, but anyway, I'm not gonna hold up long. Thank you, the eyes.
I love what Chaos said, man. I love what Chaos said. Yeah, they operate from a scarcity.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's
shout out to Chaos,
it is a scarcity mindset because
it's a scarcity mindset. Well, I know why, and that's because these dudes are looking for a sucker. That's the thing. They're not looking for a woman. They're looking for a sucker, and it's a shortage of them these days.
Facts.
The games are already out. You understand? And a lot of these women are looking for a sucker too.
Wait, hold up, Auntie. When you say sucker, exactly what do you mean? You mean someone that's vulnerable? Someone that's considered a pick-me? What do you mean by sucker?
Somebody that'll just fall for a loser. Somebody that'll just fall for a loser. A man that's not a whole man. Somebody that'll just kind of just believe what they're told and not what they see and hear. They say actions speak louder than words. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for some. That's why they say they want a woman that, she can't be over a certain age. Or you hear some of these dudes saying they would, if it was legal, they'd be with 16-year-olds. Or we don't want a high body count. Like all of that other stuff. Like, first of all, you'll never know what a woman's body count is any damn way. Like, you'll never know. Even if she tells you the truth. Like, you'll still never know. You know what I'm saying? So that's crazy. Number one, but the reason why they want that is because they don't want a woman that's wise to the ways of men. They don't want that. You know, if they want to go back to the old days, but these are the same dudes that if they actually had, like you were saying earlier, I think Bunny was saying that if these were back to the days when you had to court a woman's whole family, like court her father, damn the dowry. We ain't even gonna talk about a dowry. Let's talk about courting her family. Actually asking her father for her hand in marriage. A lot of these dudes would be failures in that too. Okay, because her father would look at a lot of these dudes and say he's a loser. He's a loser. Oh, but he's got money. That don't mean nothing. He's lame. He'll crack. You know what I'm saying? He'll crack. There's no strength. I see it in him.
God
and
damn,
trust me, I've been around for a while.
You can
Basically.
Oh, Auntie, I think you
No.
started something.
Let's
Go
not
ahead.
have that. You see,
Hold up. We got to watch the profanity. This is Doe Eye's channel. This ain't mine. So
Yeah.
you can talk to her about the profanity.
Well, that's real talk, and let's go deeper. That they can smell the sissy in them. That's why a lot of dudes, when they know most of them got no father figures, it's very challenging. And some of them they will meet the bar. It's like, how the hell you can't snatch a female without no father, and you complain on the internet? Ain't that so? But man, she has a father. It make it even worse for a lot of these dudes. That's the complaint. But anyway, I gotta go.
I'm just saying.
His eyes.
When I was growing up, I remember the way my grandparents, when I would date women and girls, and I was in high school or whatever, and my father never really had much to say, but my grandmothers and my grandfather would say little things. They'd be like, they wouldn't ask me like, oh, do you like her or something? They'd be like, oh, she's nice. Does she come from a good family? They would ask me, what kind of family is she from? That'd be always the first question that the older generation would ask. What type of family is she from? Because that was I guess that was the concern back then. You know, it really wasn't about what someone has or any of that other stuff. It was about, what type of family, what's the upbringing? Because if y'all get together, this is supposed to be the merging of families, like the merging of resources, all that stuff. So what type of family do they come from? Now we don't even care about that. People care about the measurements. They care about the aesthetics. Oh, he cute. I love his dreads. Oh, she got a big old butt. She pretty. You know what I'm saying? She fine. That's it. And then next thing you know, a year, 2 years later, a couple of babies and this, and it's like, damn, I didn't even know this person. It's like, yeah, because you didn't take the time to get to know this person.
But that's society, correct?
Correct. It's
That's
bad.
society because that's the way we've allowed it to be.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, if they're just basing everything on superficialities, then it can't form a solid structure. There's no foundation there. If everything is just built on how much money he has or what she looks like, then you don't know each other. It's not about the other person. It's about what they have. It's about the aesthetics of it. It's not about the individual themselves. So you can't build a lasting relationship on that. So you meet somebody based on superficialities. She looks good. He's got some money. Then you get together and then you have some sort of, either you have a relationship or you have a sexual relationship, and then something either comes of that, either you have a child or it just falls apart, or you get married and have a family, and then later on you realize you don't even like each other because you never got to know each other because it was never based on the individual. It was always based on that superficiality, and either his money will go away or his money may not go away. He might make more money, but then she still wants the attention that he's not giving her because he has to go out and make that money. So she ends up leaving, and that's why they say that there's a higher divorce rate for women, is because the women need more than just money. They want attention as well as the money. They want to be taken care of, but at the same time, they want attention from the person that they're with. So if she can't get that attention, she's going to seek it elsewhere, which usually ends up with her finding it in a coworker or in a friend or somebody else. Then they get divorced, and he's wondering why. Why did she leave? Because I got all this money, I got this nice house, so I did what I was supposed to do. You didn't find out who that woman was. You weren't even interested in what that woman was about.
You weren't paying attention.
You weren't paying attention. You just thought all I have to do is work, have some money, have everything, give her everything. That's another thing. They want to give the woman everything. It's a grown woman. You don't give a grown woman everything like it's your daughter. That's why, like, I was getting irritated listening to people like Mr. Let Go talking about women or children over on the Lapeef network.
Bro, I be roasting that dude, dog. I've been nice to him. I've been nice to him for the last year or a year and a half that I've been listening to him. I've been nice, but after he went up there on Yanni's and got pretty much got verbally sodomized on the panel. Hey, bro. I was like, dog, it's open season on you, fam. I mean, I've been respectful of a lot of the black dudes. And like, bro, even though, bro, I can sit here, I can critique BGS, about his talking points. I've gotten into it with Obsidian. I have a lot of respect for those brothers regardless. I have a lot of respect because I now understand how hard YouTube is. So for them to be able to still be here after all of this time, bro, I got a lot of respect for them, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the same rules apply with Angry Man, O'Shea. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for them. And it's not just because they're still here, but because they come in the trenches. Mr. Let Go, I have very little to no respect for because he doesn't click links unless the environment is controlled. You understand? Unless the environment is controlled. I alluded to that. No. The environment has to be controlled by him or his homies. He's never going to click a link like this where any random person can click it too. And come up.
But it also has to be biased toward men too.
Well, why is that?
Yes.
Because he be playing roulette with his brand. And I understand that. But I'm like, at the end of the day, what have you really added to the space? You've done a lot of taking from the space. You haven't done anything. Like, you don't really hear me talk badly about, like, I'll say something about Obsidian's talking points, and then I kind of leave it at that. I'm not going to roast him too hard. You know, I'm saying same rules apply with BGS. You know, I can disagree with Angry Man on some things or whatever. But I'm like, yo, these are people that have come to my platform, come out of their way to support my platform without me having to do anything. You know what I'm saying? They're in the trenches. They're having the conversations with smaller YouTubers and the audience. Mr. Let Go ain't talking to the audience. Okay?
Right, he's talking.
Every environment is controlled. Okay, you handpick the women that you talk to and play clips on. You handpick the channels that you go to. You are an expected guest on all of those channels. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to come to a channel unless it's something like this. Or unless he, you know what I'm saying? It's like my situation right here where you invited me to it. Okay, Liz, the panel's got to be a certain way and everything else. Like, nah, bro. It's not that I have building a platform is still not easy. But, yeah. I mean, as far as what's good for black folks, especially black men, like, nah. I saw what he did on Real Talk with Yanni. I'm like, bro, you need to have to click that link just to throw them dudes under the bus. Just throw those dudes under the bus and say, look, I ain't got nothing to do with me and all of this other stuff. And I'm like, nah, man, nah, you could have just stayed off of there if that's the case. And then when these women demand an apology from you guys about how you talk to women on a panel, like it was a voluntary panel. If the women didn't like it, number one, they could speak up for themselves. Number two, they could have just left. What's the big deal? Like I'm no, well, you guys need to treat black women a certain way, and instead of him saying like, hold up, maybe you're right, but at the same time, I don't care. You're talking to me like I'm a child, and I don't tolerate that. Okay, so you want to start this all over, or should I tell you to go F yourself and move on?
Okay.
You know, I mean, but then they try to play that card on him. Oh, were you talking to black women like that? It's like, no, I'm talking to you like that. You just happen to be a black woman. Okay. That's it. You could have been a white man. You talk to me like that, it would have been worse. Oh. No? So, I mean, it just is what it is. Like, it was extremely, when you demand a public apology from a grown adult, it's pretty disrespectful. Because you're saying, I don't really care for an apology, because even if you apologize, it's probably not sincere. I just want the public to see that I can pull your strings right now. That's pretty much what you're saying when you demand a public apology from someone.
Agreed. Okay, last subject, and you all can answer it or give your critique. Derek Jackson, is he or was he a part of the Manosphere, or what do you think about him?
I don't know anything about him personally.
Oh, hell no. Not no Derek Jackson. No, Derek Jackson was not part of any Manosphere. Yeah. Derek Jackson, I believe, was a grifter.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a grifter. Very articulate. I wouldn't even want to speak for his intelligence. I believe his wife was the brains of that operation.
You called it operation.
Yeah, that was I believe she was the brains of his operation. I believe she wrote all of his content. I really do believe his wife was his handler. And now that he and his wife are no longer together, you will not hear from him anymore. I believe she was his handler. She set it all up. I think she wrote all of his content. I think, yeah. That's my opinion. That's my assessment.
But do you think he mirrored or she mirrored any of that content from a Kevin Samuels type and others?
I mean, with Derek Jackson, he was just funny because it came out who he really was. Like, he talked about how you got to respect the woman and all of that. And this man got caught over and over again with women all over the place. I'm like, it's cool. I like different women too, but because of that, I'm not married anymore. You know, marriage is not good for me because I like her and her, so I don't need to be married. You know? But if I were married, I'm only going to be with her. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
It's good talking to you guys. I'm going to step down. My mic just died on me. So.
Oh, no problem. Getting ready to close this out. It's almost midnight here. I'm not sure where it is with Aunt T, but Aunt T, this has been very informative. I've learned quite a bit. I still have a ways to go. Thank you, T Black. Thank you for everyone that's come up. Is there any nuggets you want to leave Aunt T?
No, I mean,
yes. Yeah,
no, I was just gonna say, as far I don't know if I'm qualified to dissect the manosphere. You know, so even for AH, you know, salute to him. You know what I'm saying? Respect. Please don't take anything personally. I respect all opinions. I just have my own as well. And I don't appreciate it when somebody tells me that they're wrong, that my opinion is wrong. I don't appreciate it. But at the same time, I think that the Manosphere, I think the original purpose of it was a damn good purpose, and I think it was more than necessary. Because, you know, we weren't able to have these conversations in the barbershop. We weren't able to have all men's clubs. We weren't really able to do anything because everything was infiltrated. You know, like there were no male spaces or anything like that. Even the Boy Scouts, they started becoming, you know, women's troop leaders and stuff. So it doesn't mean that I'm anti-woman or I hate women. I love women, and I would prefer to have most of my conversations with women involved in them. But there are some conversations that I think men need to have amongst themselves. And I think the same rules apply with women.
Understood.
Because we all have issues that we need to straighten out.
Absolutely.
If I can just go to this right here, I believe that as men and women, I think like we need to separate for a moment, a day, a week, whatever. All right. You make a list of all of the issues in the damn community and personally that you have. Okay. And then you make up you know what I'm saying? You start breaking it up into two piles, two lists. What can you solve on your own? And what are you going to need a woman to help you solve? All right. That's what the men need to do. And the women need to do the same thing. Make a list of the issues that either plague the community or plague you personally. Decide what it is that you can solve on your own and what you're going to need another man to solve or what you're going to need a man to solve. All right. Once you make that damn list, commit to fixing the problems that you can solve and the ones that you need somebody else to solve. That's when you come together. Because chances are you guys are going to have the same damn list. That's when you'll be on the same page. But in other words, you're going to have to fix your own problems first. And step number one in the scientific method is to identify the problem.
Absolutely. That's with anything like addictions.
You're very qualified. So keep doing what you do. Keep challenging those dudes. You are extremely articulate and qualified.
Yes.
To make your points. Keep doing it. Don't let up on these dudes. You know exactly what you're doing. We need young brothers like you to set it straight. Anyway, good to meet you.
Please do. I appreciate you, dog. And when I go live again, there's another purge coming soon. I can't give an exact date because I don't know what the exact date is, but it'll likely be within the next month or so. So
I was at your show the other night, the one that was about the Manosphere. You gave me a rent, so.
You got one. Everybody's got one over there. I take them away for the purge, though. I take most ranges away for the purge.
I was there for the purge as well. So you had and a person that's part of my from the black sector, Lady La, she won. So yeah, that's my people. So good. Keep doing what you do, man. And much love to both of you. Salute. And you guys have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. You do the same. Auntie, thank you.
I do want to so thank you for having me up, and I do apologize. I'm gonna apologize in public to everybody. She don't have to demand it. I'm gonna give it to her. I apologize for if anything made you that exchange with AH earlier made you feel uncomfortable. But it's kind of the way we communicate. I think it was kind of good for just the dissection of the men, because believe it or not, a lot of conversations in the Black manosphere in particular are like that. So I just want to thank you for allowing us to do it and still go for another 3 hours afterwards. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And thank you for your donations. May they be, again, returned abundantly. You have blessed me, this platform. Again, you're absolutely correct. These conversations need to be held, and hopefully I'll see you again. Well, I'll definitely be on another one of your streams, but I'll be quietly in the chat, listening and learning.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you becoming a member. Shout out to Doe Eyes. Excellent. I mean, ever since the first time I heard you, I forget even how I stumbled upon your channel. I don't remember if it was you came to me or somebody shared it on the tab, but I was like, hey, I just love the vibe. It was chill. It was cool. Boom. I have no problem supporting that.
Well,
it's awesome.
Thank you. And I'll be looking forward to another purge, and some of these gentlemen that you mentioned earlier. I'm going to have to check them out to see exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But no, they're definitely a pleasure, Doe Eyes. Thank you for having me up. I'm going to X out of here. I want to give a salute to the chat, everybody that came up. You know what I'm saying? AHL Nixon, Bayou Bunny, Chaos, T Black. If I left anybody out, I apologize. But peace.
Thank you, sir. Good night now.
Peace.
Everyone, that was Aunt T. His link is in the chat. Please make sure that you subscribe to him. Also, Chaos Reign Show. And again, thank you to all of my members, mods, subscribers, and those that came by to support. Thank you to all of you who donated and blessed myself and this platform. May your blessings be returned abundantly. Be safe, be well, be healthier, and have a peaceful, joyous night. Until next time, bye-bye for now.